Chapter 304. During the 3 days that his cat tag was confiscated, he didn't have to worry about his meals. Lunch was delivered by the Jiao. Every time the Jiao came over, he would look at Jingtan with sympathy. After knowing him for so long, the Jiao knew a little about Jingtan. He knew that the cat would feel uncomfortable if he didn't run around, so he had to walk around outside every day, regardless of the distance. Jingtan did behave well for the past 3 days. He didn't show any rebellious emotions or behavior, which was a strong contrast to the cat raised by a teacher in the building next door, who howled all day on the balcony. When he saw the cat in the building next door again, the cat was wearing an Elizabeth collar and didn't howl anymore. Jingtan guessed that something must have happened to the cat, and he looked at Huang for details. Therefore, in comparison, not to mention Jingtan, Sheriff and Depang were 2 of the few cats in the compound that didn't howl at home. Sure enough, it was better to be sensible. Jingtan yawned in boredom on the balcony. Last night, Jingtan had wandered around in front of Father Jiao a few times to make his presence known. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could get his cat tag back as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the Jiao Pa only glanced at Jingtan and didn't say a word. Thinking back on his performance for the past 3 days, Jingtan didn't feel that he did anything wrong. Jingtan thought that he would be grounded for the 4th day, but when he returned to little Pomelo's room, he found the cat tag hanging on the cat tree. His dispirited spirit immediately perked up. He didn't notice it when he woke up last night and this morning. It seemed that the Jiao Pa put it there when he went out. He didn't expect the Jiao Pa to put it there quietly. Jingtan jumped up and put the cat tag back around his neck. He unlocked the door and went out. Sure enough, he didn't move much for the past 3 days. Now that he was outside, he felt much better. Jingtan didn't go anywhere else and went straight to the old tile-roofed housing area. At the beginning of this year, another batch of tile-roofed houses in the old tile-roofed housing area had been marked with a high-risk sign, so that students who were active there would avoid these buildings. In fact, for Jingtan, these few buildings were not bad. It was just like a tile-roofed house that had been marked with a high-risk sign for a few years had become a gathering place for cats. For the cats, as long as it was not torn down or destroyed, it was enough for the cats to toss around inside for a long time. Jingtan didn't hear any news that this area was going to be rejected immediately. Therefore, at least for this year, this place could be used as a good place for Jingtan to hide things. He just had to be wary of those rats and some curious and naughty cats. At this time, there weren't many students moving about in the sturdy tile-roofed houses. Jingtan came to a tile-roofed house with a big cross on it and entered through a broken window. It hadn't been used for a long time, so there was a stale smell inside. There were some traces of spider activity in the corner. There was also a pile of abandoned wooden tables in the room. There were also some discolored rat droppings on the tables that had been there for a long time. Jingtan went over, stopped in front of a table, and opened a drawer there. This drawer was one of the better preserved drawers of these tables. In the drawer were Jingtan's cell phone and the unappraised diamonds that he had brought over that night. Nothing was missing, and there was no smell of other people or cats or dogs. Thinking about the appraisal method that he had seen in the newspaper that day, Jingtan jumped onto a table with a bag and carefully fished out a few large diamonds. Without any other tools, he could only use a few simple methods mentioned in the newspaper to preliminarily appraise them. In terms of weight, hardness, fineness, polishing, and so on, Jingtan roughly looked at them. They were similar to the real diamonds mentioned in the newspaper, but Jingtan was still skeptical. Jingtan couldn't make a more accurate appraisal now, but he heard that many gem-grade synthetic diamonds might not be lower than real diamonds. However, Jingtan speculated that there was probably a new way to reduce the cost from what a professor mentioned in the newspaper had mentioned. There were so many research institutes and companies in the world researching, and there might be new ways to create gem-grade synthetic diamonds that could pass off as real ones. It was just that everyone kept it a secret so that others wouldn't know. After putting the few colorless diamonds back into the bag, Jingtan stuffed the bag and cell phone back into the drawer. After closing the door, he came out of the tile-roofed house. After thinking about it, Jingtan decided to go to the small forest on the edge of the community to check out the situation. 3 days had passed, and he didn't know if the two people who hid the things had come back to take a look. There weren't many people in the small forest at this time, but there were people passing by from time to time on the road from the new student dormitory to the side door. Although Zheng Tan couldn't see the situation on the road from here, he could tell by the sound and the sound of the passing cars. Zheng Tan didn't run directly but walked slowly. At the same time, he also paid attention to whether anyone was around and carefully identified how many unfamiliar smells were in the air. Zheng Tan was already very familiar with the smells here, so if there were any unfamiliar smells, he would definitely be able to smell it. In the past 3 days, someone had come to the forest. Zheng Tan smelled some smells that he had never smelled before, but he couldn't say that it was related to the bag. It could also be a student who came here to have sex. The guard's blackback came to the forest to pee and shit again, and he didn't know which student had drunk too much vomit. When he came to the bushes, the unfamiliar smells were basically gone. Zheng Tan observed the surrounding grass and there were no obvious dents. Compared to the situation that night, it didn't seem to have changed. He went to the bushes and sniffed, but he didn't find any unusual smells. So, it seems that the two people didn't come back to take a look. So relieved? Or, they couldn't come anymore? Shaking his head, Zheng Tan didn't think about it. He ran to the tree hole where he hid the phone. It wasn't occupied by birds, and there were no other traces. Except that the phone wasn't here, it was the same as usual. Everything was the same. This made Zheng Tan, who had some expectations, quite disappointed. On the way back, Zheng Tan originally planned to go to the Institute of Biological Sciences to report to the Jiao Pa's office. He hadn't been there for a long time, so he wanted to show his presence and let the Jiao Pa know that he didn't run around. However, as he walked, Zheng Tan turned and ran towards the chemistry department. He saw a person. He had seen that person in the newspaper before. The other picture in the report about gem-grade synthetic diamonds was that person. Although he felt that the bag in his hand might not be related to the person in the chemistry department, Zheng Tan didn't have anything else to do, so he went over to see if the person had any other emotions. If he lost something valuable, he would be anxious no matter how he tried to hide it. The professor in his 50s just came out of the department. He seemed to be in a good mood, and his smile was sincere. It didn't look like he lost something valuable. There were two people walking with the professor. A man in his 30s looked very gentle and gentlemanly, and a 25-year-old tall beauty with mixed-race looks. However, the woman just walked quietly beside them and didn't interrupt. It was the professor and the other man who were talking. Looking at the professor's words and actions, he was quite polite. Someone who could make these professors treat him so politely was definitely not a simple person. It wasn't until they reached a fork in the road that the three separated. The professor drove away, and the man and woman continued to walk along the road in front of them. It was more like they were admiring the scenery and architecture here. Zheng Tan didn't follow them anymore. He went to the Institute of Biological Sciences and walked around the Jiao Pa's office. He was going to sleep there. There were always people looking for the Jiao Pa. Zheng Tan couldn't stay there, so he went out for a walk and then went to the Jiao Wei's restaurant to eat. After walking around, Zheng Tan walked into a small path. There was only a stone path through the forest and lawn, and this was the shortcut that the Jiao Wei often took after classes. Zheng Tan saw that it was almost time and decided to wait for the Jiao Wei here. There was a 1-meter-long wooden chair. Zheng Tan jumped on it and lay down to sleep. Even if he fell asleep, the Jiao Wei would definitely wake Zheng Tan up if he passed by. There was no need to worry about missing him. Lying on the chair, Zheng Tan smelled the fragrance of the flowers in this season. He ignored the noisy birds flying around and closed his eyes to take a nap. Not long after he closed his eyes, Zheng Tan heard someone walking towards the wooden chair. He opened his eyes a little and looked in that direction. It was the man and woman he saw earlier. The two of them were walking around the campus. Based on their conversation, they were going to find a place to rest. They didn't expect to see Zheng Tan lying here. The man and woman had noticed a wooden chair not far away and were planning to sit down and rest for a while. When they got closer, they found a black cat lying in the middle of the chair. From its tail to its head, it took up most of the chair. The remaining space was obviously not enough for the two of them to sit down. Originally, the two of them didn't think much of it when they saw the cat occupying the chair. After all, the cat would definitely run away if they walked over. However, to their surprise, when they got closer, the cat was still lying on the chair. It raised its head slightly and looked at them with half-opened eyes. It looked like it was too lazy to move. Zheng Tan turned a deaf ear to the two people's gazes. He was hungry now. The food he ate in the morning was almost digested. He didn't want to go anywhere else and didn't want to sleep on the ground. The two people and the cat looked at each other for about half a minute. Just as the mixed-race beauty was thinking about whether or not to chase them away, Zheng Tan yawned and laid down to continue sleeping. He didn't feel much malice from the two people. Since they didn't threaten him, he decided to continue sleeping. The mixed-race beauty who was about to raise her hand saw Zheng Tan's sharp teeth when Zheng Tan yawned. She paused, adjusted the glasses on her nose, and looked at the person next to her, waiting for him to make a decision. The man looked at Zheng Tan. It had a cat tag on it. Obviously, it was a pet cat with an owner. How could it be a stray cat when it was so well raised? Also, looking at this cat, the owner's living conditions should be good. Seeing that the cat on the wooden chair didn't want to give up its seat, he didn't chase it away. He put his hand into his pocket and took out his phone. There was a pendant on the phone. Cats were all interested in this kind of thread-like thing, right? Although Zheng Tan's eyes were closed, his ears were listening to the movements of the two people. He noticed that someone was approaching. Zheng Tan opened his eyes and saw a string of beautiful pendant. The other end was fastened to the phone in the man's hand. It was a string of transparent beads the size of soybeans. Between each bead was a diamond. Fake, right? Chapter 305. The dangling ornaments made Zheng Tan dizzy, so he couldn't see them clearly. Zheng Tan stretched out his hand to take a closer look. It did look like the bag of things he had seen before. After staring at it for so long in the morning, even if Zheng Tan couldn't tell whether it was real or fake, he felt that it was the same. As Zheng Tan was looking at the ornaments, Jiao Wei ran over. They didn't have classes in the morning, so he was only in the library. When it was about time, he planned to go to the restaurant to avoid the rush hour. During this period of time, whenever he ran along this road, he would look at both sides of the road, especially the tall trees that were suitable for cats to sleep on and the wooden chairs on the cobblestone road. Zheng Tan was very picky about where to sleep. Sure enough, he didn't have to spend too much effort to find the black cat lying on the chair. Black charcoal. Jiao Wei didn't know the boy and girl, so he just called out Zheng Tan's name and waited by the side. When he saw the boy and girl looking over, Jiao Wei smiled and nodded at them without saying anything. He usually didn't talk much. When he saw Jiao Wei, Zheng Tan was curious about the identity of the two people, but eating was the most important thing at the moment. Besides, the two people might not really have anything to do with the bag of things, so Zheng Tan didn't waste any time. He jumped down from the wooden chair and jogged towards the school gate with Jiao Wei. At noon, after eating at Jiao Wei's restaurant, Zheng Tan found a place to rest. Jiao Pa called the restaurant to ask about it, but when he found out that Zheng Tan was there, he didn't say anything. At noon, Jiao Pa and a few other teachers had lunch in the cafeteria, so they didn't come over. After sleeping on a tall sycamore tree, Zheng Tan decided to go out for a walk. He hadn't left the school gate for a few days. First, he went to Little Pomelos Junior High School to take a look. Then he continued to walk forward until he heard the familiar sound of the arrow and saw the familiar bridge. That old blind man was actually here today. How rare. Over the past year, the blind old man had been coming to the bridge less often. Sometimes, Zheng Tan would not bump into him even when he was strolling along the bridge. He would only see him when he went to the alley where the blind old man lived. Zheng Tan was walking in that direction when he noticed a low-key black private car coming to a stop not far from him. Two people got out of the car. It was the man and woman he saw at noon. Zheng Tan looked at them. The two people who got out of the car also saw Zheng Tan. Black cat again? Is it popular to raise black cats here? The woman asked. It's the one I saw at noon. The man was a little surprised. Then, he smiled and didn't take it to heart. Different cats had different ways of looking at people. The way the black cat looked at people was very special. However, even if they were the same cat, it was not a big deal to meet them here. It doesn't have a cat tag, the woman said. She was not doubting the opinions of others. She was just voicing her doubts. Generally speaking, pet cats would have cat tags when they were outside. Although there were not many rigid requirements in China, if it was hung in the morning, why did it take it off in the afternoon? Of course, this was only a temporary doubt. Soon, she stopped paying attention to the cat tags. The man and woman looked away from Jingtan. They did not continue to pay attention to Jingtan. They whispered and walked forward. Jingtan was only surprised when he saw the two people. He was too lazy to care about them. He walked his own way and went all the way to the bridge. Then, Jingtan realized that the man and woman had walked up the steps of the overpass like him. After they went up, the two of them stood against the railing in an empty spot. The woman opened her parasol. The sun in this season was not that warm. The man looked at the middle of the bridge. His eyes stopped on the blind old man who was playing the arrow. Thomas, is that old man the person you are looking for? The woman asked. Yes. The woman was about to ask something else. Suddenly, she said, Hey, the black cat is going over. Both of them were very surprised. They had seen cats with big guts, but they had never seen a cat with such big guts. They had never seen a cat that could calmly walk on the overpass with people coming and going, as if the people around it were air. Under the gaze of the two people, the cat walked to the old man who was playing the arrow. It stood beside the box of money as if there was no one else around. It took out 2 coins in a row. Then, it stood under the shade of the umbrella and yawned. The two people were speechless. After a few seconds of silence, the woman said, Thomas, that old man has a good temper. The man didn't say anything, but he was thinking in his heart, if her temper was really good, there wouldn't have been so much bloodshed in the dark back then. People who fought with real swords and spears, especially people like that person over there, definitely couldn't be described as good. It was just that the cat was too bold. Many people had said that many animals avoided the old man. Zheng Tan yawned. He had just found 2 coins in the old man's box. Every year, when the school started in September, there would always be some students who thought they were smart enough to throw some coins into the box. Little did they know that when they thought others were stupid and played tricks on them, others also thought they were looking for trouble. It was just that many people did not bother to do it. Wasn't there a saying, you are looking at a fool on the bridge, and the fool is looking at you from the surroundings? When Zheng Tan yawned for the second time, the old man finished his song and began to pack up. This made Zheng Tan feel a little strange. It wasn't time yet, right? The old man had something to do today and was leaving early? Zheng Tan was not the only one who thought so. Several vendors on the bridge were also muttering, why did the old man leave so early today? Do we have to pack up early too? Let's pack up. He probably heard some news. To be on the safe side, let's pack up and leave. So, behind the old man, some vendors also began to pack up. Of course, there were also some vendors who saw that business was good and still stayed there. This year, the old man did not come over most of the time. Didn't they still set up their stalls? Zheng Tan saw the old man pack up and leave. He followed behind him. It had been a long time since he went to the old man's place. He did not know if little Nine was there recently. After a few steps, Zheng Tan found that the man and woman were also walking not far away. Looking back at them, Zheng Tan continued to walk. After leaving the bridge for a certain distance, Zheng Tan saw a fruit vendor quickly pass from behind, running in a hurry. Looking back at the bridge, the vendors on the bridge were hurriedly packing up something. Obviously, there was an inspection, so they quickly packed up and left. Looking at the old man who was walking at a steady pace, Zheng Tan curled his lips. Passing the business street, he walked into a familiar alley. The man and woman behind him maintained a distance of 6 or 7 meters. Zheng Tan was surprised. These two knew the blind old man? While Zheng Tan was surprised, the two behind him were also surprised. Did this cat know the person in front? Wasn't this a normal cat raised by a normal family in a university? Looking at the reaction of the person who opened the door, whether it was seeing the man and woman or Zheng Tan, there was no extra expression. They really knew each other. After entering the house, Zheng Tan walked to the living room with familiarity. He jumped onto a chair and sat down. He was much more natural than the two behind him. Uncle Kuan, long time no see. The man bowed slightly to the old man. Zheng Tan's beard trembled. Uncle Kuan? Although the name was only one word different, compared to the public version of Uncle Kuan, that Yi Hao and the others called him, the relationship seemed much closer. It's been 7 years, Tang Mo. Are you planning to enter the domestic market now that you're back? The old man's tone had a rare familiarity. Zheng Tan couldn't help but look at the guy named Tang Mo. Where did this guy come from? Tang Mo smiled. Yes, but I ran into some trouble when I came back. I couldn't handle it, so I came to you for help. Tang Mo didn't beat around the bush. He was very direct and had the tone of a junior talking to an elder. This showed that he knew the old man's temper very well, and that he was indeed very familiar with the old man. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them didn't look alike, and Yi Hao and the others said that the old man didn't have any biological children, Zheng Tan would have thought that if they weren't related by blood, then it might be because Tang Mo was his father. Oh. The old man took a sip of tea and didn't say anything else. Tang Mo took a box from the woman next to him and opened it on the table in front of the old man. There were a few diamonds of different shapes in the box. Each of them was more than 5 millimeters in diameter, and the bigger ones were almost a centimeter in diameter. Zheng Tan didn't know how to evaluate the value of a diamond, so he perked up his ears to listen to their conversation. The old man put down his cup and took the box. His fingers brushed across the diamonds, and he picked one up and touched it. He smiled. Not bad, better than the previous ones. If your father knew, he would be very happy. Zheng Tan was stunned. From what he heard, could those eye-catching diamonds be fake? Put the graphite and some other materials into a special box, and put the box into a special device similar to a pressure cooker. It simulates the temperature and pressure of the formation of diamonds below the Earth's surface. The graphite changes, and 3 days later, take out the box. Open it, and you will find a diamond crystal. Compared to the natural diamonds that take billions of years to form, these only take a few days to produce. It's much cheaper than the natural diamonds dug out from the mines. However, that's only the technology from 3 years ago. Tang Mo picked one up and looked at the light reflected on it. His eyes were full of confidence. These are the products of the new technology. The cost is slightly higher, and it only takes a few days to produce them. However, they are no different from the natural diamonds that formed naturally under high temperature and pressure more than 1 billion years ago. Furthermore, they can grow. Congratulations. It seems that the jewelry market is going to start another war. The old man's tone didn't change much. The benefits behind this didn't excite him. I remember when your father proposed the plan, he said that once the technology matured, it would have an impact on the market no less than the advent of the Iron Age in the 1950s and the invention of the transistor in the 1940s. Diamonds weren't only used as jewelry. They could also allow computers to operate at a speed that could melt the innards of current computers. They could also penetrate into electronics, machinery, and even firearms and bring about reforms. Although there was still a long way to go before he could reach his goal, and there were still many problems that had yet to be solved, Tang Mo felt that he had already taken a big step forward. Before that, I would like to ask Uncle Kuan to help me find a bag of experimental products that were stolen by rats, Tang Mo said as he put down the diamond. Chapter 306. Before Tom came here, an assistant brought some experimental products of a new technology over. However, there was an accident midway, causing a small portion of the experimental products to go missing. The accident was accidental. This was the conclusion Tom came to after investigating. However, during the accident, some people took advantage of the opportunity to steal some of the experimental products. Tom didn't want these experimental products to cause unforeseen changes to his plan. Compared to the box Tom just took out, these experimental products were still somewhat lacking. If they were tested by professionals with professional equipment, they would be able to detect the difference between them and natural diamonds. However, Jiangtan couldn't tell the difference at all based on the simple identification method described in the newspaper. Knowing this, Jiangtan felt a lot better. It wasn't that he wasn't good enough, it was just that these things were difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Of course, if it was like what Tom said, and the final product was no different from a natural diamond, then it wouldn't be considered a fake. It would still be a real diamond, but the price would only be 1/3 of a natural diamond. In any case, what Tom meant was that the experimental subjects weren't worth much to him, so he didn't care about the money. What he cared about was whether there were other conspiracies behind the scenes that could affect his business plan. The thief's method of picking the lock is not like an ordinary thief, Tom said. It was because of this that he came to the old man for help when he couldn't find the target for the time being. After all, most people who had some technical work should have some understanding of it. After hearing Tom's words, the old man nodded. 2 days. He meant that he would contact Tom within 2 days. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Uncle Kuan. It seemed that Tom was going to accompany the old man for a meal. Jiangtan saw that little Jiao wasn't around, so he didn't want to stay here any longer. The two didn't talk about the diamond anymore. Most of the time, it was Tom talking about his experience and business development over the years. If he continued to stay, Jiangtan wouldn't be able to get much useful information, so he simply left. After returning to Tsinghua University, Jiangtan didn't run around. He had just been grounded, so he wanted to show off. Therefore, he went straight to the Jiao Pa's office to sleep. When it was time to go home for dinner, they would go home together. The next day, Jiangtan ran to the small forest at the edge of the campus to take a look. Unlike the previous time, even though there did not seem to be any changes and no one had stepped on the grass, Jiangtan smelled an unfamiliar scent from the bushes. Someone should have been here last night. There were at least 2 people. One of them was one of the 2 people Jiangtan saw that day, and the other person's scent was very unfamiliar. Jiangtan shouldn't have seen him before. Carefully identifying the scent left behind in the bushes, the person who came last night didn't go to the tree hole where Jiangtan used to hide his phone. He didn't even walk there. After coming here to take a look, he walked around the bushes and then ran out. Jiangtan stayed in the small forest for a while, then he ran towards the old tiled houses. The weather was good, and the sun was shining. When Jiangtan arrived at the old tiled houses, he saw cats napping on the roofs of a few old tiled houses. After seeing Jiangtan, the cats were lazy and didn't bother to look at Jiangtan. They closed their eyes, licked their paws, and dozed off, doing their own things. Jiangtan climbed into the tiled house at an angle where the cats couldn't see him. He didn't want the cats to see him climbing through the window. Cats were very curious, and Jiangtan couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't follow Jiangtan's footsteps and climb into the house to cause trouble. The house was still the same as when Jiangtan came yesterday. He opened the drawer and looked at the bag of things. It was most likely the missing diamonds that Tom was looking for. Why would they bring so many diamonds over? Even if the diamonds were slightly flawed, they were still attractive enough to ordinary people. Jiangtan didn't plan to give these things to Tom or the blind old man. He wasn't sure if he would fall into their trap if he did, so he decided to do nothing first. After hiding the things, Jiangtan came out of the tiled house. He thought that the 2 people who stole the diamonds might be the 2 people he saw that night. However, the way they treated the diamonds didn't seem to be very special. Did they think that the diamonds were fake when they stole them? Shaking his head, Jiangtan didn't want to think about it anymore. Let Tom and the others worry about it. He would do what he wanted to do. Walking out of the house, Jiangtan climbed onto the roof of the tiled house and jumped from one roof to another. He stretched his body and ran around happily. One of the cats thought that Jiangtan was playing with them. It was licking its fur, but when it saw Zheng Tan doing his parkour, it ran over. Click. There was the sound of a camera. Zheng Tan jumped onto the roof of a 2-story building. The 2-story building here was only a little shorter than the 3-story building of a new building. Zheng Tan didn't notice that there was someone there, and he didn't pay much attention to it when he was running. Now that he heard the sound of a camera, he realized that there was someone standing there. The person looked like a graduate student. He was holding a DSLR camera and taking pictures of the cats in the old tiled house. When Zheng Tan stopped and looked over, the person was taking a few pictures of Zheng Tan. Other than Zheng Tan, the person was also taking pictures of other cats and some scenery. After taking pictures, he sat on the edge of a flower bed in the old tiled house area and took out a very thin laptop from his backpack. It was rare to see people using such thin laptops these days. Also, the laptop didn't have a brand, so Zheng Tan couldn't tell which brand it was. Usually, there weren't many people in the old tiled house area at this time. It was very quiet, and no one came to disturb them. Zheng Tan slapped away a cat that wanted to play with him and jumped onto the roof of a tiled house behind the person. The person was looking at a set of photos taken by the camera. Zheng Tan felt that many of the photos were very familiar. Some of them took a while to match. He always felt that the photos were better than the real thing, and had a more artistic conception. Because of the reflected light and the angle of the laptop screen, he couldn't see clearly from the top, so Zheng Tan jumped down from the roof and jumped onto the flower bed. He looked at the photos on the laptop about 1 meter away from the person. Some of the photos were taken of the old tiled house area, and most of them were of cats. The person seemed to feel something. He turned his head and looked diagonally behind him. When he saw Zheng Tan, he was surprised. The cat in front of him didn't seem to be afraid. Instead, it was staring at his computer screen. He moved his fingers away from the laptop and picked up the camera. Zheng Tan realized what the person was thinking. He raised his hand to cover his face. However, while his hand could cover most of his face, a cat's paw couldn't. Click. There was the sound of a camera. Zheng Tan didn't want to stay here and be photographed. He turned around and jumped off the flower bed and ran away. Another psychopathic artist. Zheng Tan thought. The person just now was probably someone from the art department or someone who liked to take photos. This morning, when he was walking towards the International Academic Lecture Hall, he saw the title of a conference on photography on the electronic screen outside. Even if he wasn't a student of the art department, he might be here to attend the conference. Zheng Tan didn't care about the person he just met. He didn't care about taking photos. After all, there were many people who used their phones to take photos of the cats in the school. Besides, cats didn't have the so-called right to be photographed. The current domestic law only stipulated that citizens had the right to be photographed. It didn't protect the right to be photographed for pets such as cats and dogs. While Zheng Tan was thinking about the right to be photographed for cats, in a restaurant about 10 minutes away from Tsinghua University, Tom was looking at the new investigation information that Uncle Kun had just sent to him. The thief had been found, but the test subjects were really missing. The thief was a habitual offender. He was caught during a cleanup operation last year. Not long ago, he was released from prison. He happened to run into an accident and stole some diamonds. However, when he pried open the box containing the test subjects, he found that there were too many diamonds inside. His first thought was that they were fake. How could there be so many real diamonds? However, for people like him, they could sell fake diamonds for real money. At that time, there were people nearby who had rushed to the scene of the accident. The thief didn't have time to examine them carefully. He was also afraid of being discovered. The big box containing the test subjects couldn't be taken away either. It would be a pity to just give up on them, so he grabbed a bunch and ran away. The thief had a habit. He would hide the stolen things in a place and wait for the news to die down before going back to look for them. When the blind old man's people found the thief, he was checking his recent gains with his nephew. The blind old man sent people to follow the thief, but they found that the test subjects were gone. Tom was inclined to believe this result. However, knowing that there was no other conspiracy behind this, he was a lot more relieved. If he really couldn't find it, then there was no need to look for it anymore. He should focus on the current situation. He passed the folder in his hand to the woman beside him and turned to look at the door. Sorry for being late. I was at a meeting and was dragged over to talk for a while. A young man with a backpack walked over and sat in the chair opposite Tom. This was the guy who took the photos that Jingtan saw. Thomas, when did you and Kelly come back to China? We just came back 2 days ago, Tom replied. The three of them chatted and ate. Tom looked at the person opposite him. Yang Yi, what did you take today? Judging by the look on his face, he must have taken a lot of photos that he was satisfied with. Yang Yi took out his laptop and opened a set of photos. I took some photos of some cats in Tsinghua University. They looked like photos I've seen before, so I took some photos. Really? Let me see. Yang Yi passed the laptop over. Tom flipped through the photos on the screen. There were photos taken today and also some old photos that were copied. There were also a few old photos that were scanned. They looked like they were taken in the 80s and 90s. A few cats were moving around on top of a brick house, looking relaxed. Today's photo was taken of a red brick house. A few cats were lying on top of the roof, licking their fur with their eyes closed, or taking a nap. As he flipped through the photos, Tom's fingers paused. In one of the photos on the screen, a black cat was standing on top of a building. It tilted its head slightly and looked down at the camera. It looked arrogant and didn't panic because of the sudden appearance of the camera. Tom wasn't thinking too much. He felt that if he was in the position of the camera, the cat would also look at him with a look that said, "Who do you think you are?" Chapter 307. Do you know this cat? Yang Yi looked at Tang Imo. Although he felt that the cat was a little different, he didn't think too much about it. He didn't expect Tang Imo to know it. Yes, it's quite an interesting cat. Tang Imo didn't mention that he saw it at Uncle Kuan's place. He only mentioned how he met the black cat. Now that you mention it, I want to see that cat again. I want to take more photos in these 2 days, Yang Yi said. You can only stay for 2 days? Can't help it, I still have things to do over there. This time, I was invited by an old artist. Plus, there's a lot of trouble staying here. Tang Imo understood. The so-called invitation meant that Yang Yi only came to the conference because of the old artist who invited him. It wasn't just for the conference. During this period, those who came to the conference with other ideas would also try to use this opportunity to show their faces in front of Yang Yi. If Yang Yi liked them, those people's value would multiply overnight. Although Yang Yi looked like a university student, it was hard to tell his background, especially when he walked around the university in such an inconspicuous outfit. Actually, Yang Yi was only a few years younger than Tang Imo. He was almost 30. Yang Yi had an entertainment management company, Yixing Culture. The company's name was somewhat famous in the industry, but outsiders might not know about it. The company had only been established for less than 3 years, but its development was impressive. Most importantly, it had a backer. Every industry had its own rules. There were many people who wanted to take shortcuts, and many of them had their eyes on Yang Yi. Tang Imo met Yang Yi overseas. They had been working together when they were overseas. Now that Tang Imo wanted to enter the domestic market, Yang Yi's company was planning to shoot a movie to promote some newcomers. There were many scenes in the movie that required a lot of jewels and diamonds. Yang Yi valued props very much, probably because of his love for photography. He didn't allow any flaws under the camera, so many fake props were eliminated. Because of this, Yang Yi and Tang Mo decided to work together again. Tang Mo's synthetic diamonds came in handy this time. The synthetic diamonds under the camera were almost identical to natural diamonds. It was hard to tell them apart. Tang Imo took this opportunity to advertise himself. Yang Yi was very satisfied after looking at the sample diamond. If I don't have time by then, I'll send someone over to discuss it with you. There were a few scenes that would be filmed in Tsinghua City. Tang Imo also planned to stay here for a while. he could afford to wait. Carrying a large number of diamonds, even if they were not natural diamonds, they had to be on guard. In the next few days, there would be another batch of jewelry shipped over. During this period of time, Tang Mo would stay in the old man's territory to be more secure. After finishing his discussion with Tang Mo, Yang Yi walked out of the restaurant with his backpack and hailed a cab to return to the hotel to rest. The next day, Yang Yi had originally planned to check on the preparation at the film set, but after looking at the photos for half the night, he decided to make a trip to Tsinghua University today. It was rare for him to come across a cat scene that touched him, so he decided to go take a look again. Actually, Yang Yi didn't have any special interest in cats. The one who liked cats was his maternal grandfather. When he saw the old tile-roofed houses in Tsinghua University and the cats there, he was reminded of the things that happened in his maternal grandfather's house when he was young. Yang Yi's maternal grandfather's family was quite well off. The old man liked to raise cats and take pictures of them with a camera. At that time, taking pictures with cameras wasn't as convenient as it was now, so they had to save on film. The technical requirements were high, and because of this, the old man was very experienced in taking pictures of cats. Every time Yang Yi went over, the old man would show off his shooting results to Yang Yi and show off his shooting skills. Yang Yi remembered his maternal grandfather saying that cats were a very special kind of animal. They had personalities and were also scheming. They weren't as easy to tame as dogs, and they weren't cooperative during filming. They were unruly and did things their own way. Therefore, the technical difficulty was slightly higher, and there was a lot of attention to when and what kind of photos were taken. Therefore, most of the time, the old man would accommodate the cat's work and rest schedule. Of course, the different cat's work and rest schedule had a lot to do with the cat's owner. Back then, the old man and the cat raised by the old man actually influenced each other. The old man very much agreed with Mr. Jing and saying that all scenery is love. Using the scenery to express one's emotions, and using the scenery to express one's emotions. The photographer's mission was to record images, and every photo contained the photographer's emotions. Looking through the old photos from when he was young, he realized that the person who took the photos was no longer there. The cats in the photos were also long gone. Although he didn't set foot in the pet-rearing circle that was becoming more and more prosperous with the economic and social development, Yang Yi had always been taking pictures of cats. It had a kind of chance and randomness in life. Whenever he came across them, he would take pictures. Therefore, it was rare for him to have some feelings. He wanted to take more pictures. He might not have time to come here in the future. Even if he came here, who knew if this place would still be the same? Now, many universities were undergoing renovation. The old buildings were being demolished and new buildings were being built. When the time came, would the cats still be there? Yang Yi woke up early. When he came to Tsinghua University, he saw many old people walking around outside. Today was Saturday, and most of the students didn't have classes. Therefore, there were fewer students walking around than usual. This time, Yang Yi entered from another door. It was a different route from yesterday's meeting. This side was close to the faculty's residence. It was much quieter. Moreover, most of the people he saw were old people. Many of the old people were the type to sleep and wake up early. They didn't stay up late like the young people. After taking a few pictures, Yang Yi saw an old man carrying a bag of steamed buns bought from the cafeteria. He was walking a bullhead terrier. He was probably tired from walking and was resting on a wooden chair by the lawn. The bullhead terrier was squatting beside him. When it looked around, its small triangular eyes were filled with vigilance. However, when it looked at the old man beside it, the bullhead terrier's eyes were much gentler. Yang Yi raised his hand to take a few pictures. He heard the old man shout, "Little flower." He looked over and saw another old man leading a very large Saint Bernard. The little flower that the old man shouted just now should be this Saint Bernard. Seeing Yang Yi taking pictures, the two old men greeted Yang Yi. When they heard Yang Yi say that he was a photographer, they quickly shouted for him to take a few more pictures. These two are getting along well, Yang Yi said as he looked at the two dogs that had different sizes and personalities. One of his friends had a bullhead terrier. That fellow was very aggressive, causing the dogs and cats around to run away when they saw it. Therefore, when he saw these two dogs, he was quite curious. Of course, these two grew up together. Let me tell you, back then, if it was someone who was familiar with the teachers around, when they heard, "let me tell you," they would know that there would be a long story or an educational speech behind it. However, Yang Yi didn't care. He stood aside and listened to the two old men talk about the things that happened in the community and Niu Zhuang's heroic deeds. As they were talking, the old man noticed that the two dogs were looking in the same direction, wagging their tails. "Yo, Black Charcoal, where are you going?" one of the old men shouted. Yang Yi looked over. On the other side of the road, a black cat wearing a small vest was walking over slowly. It looked lazy, yawning as it walked. When it heard the old man's shout, it slowly glanced over and continued to walk at the same speed as before. This morning, after the Jiao Pa went to the courtyard, he called home. He didn't bring a USB flash drive and couldn't leave the laboratory, so the Jiao Ma directly asked Jing Tan to deliver it. Similar things had happened before. He put on a small vest, put the USB flash drive in the pocket of the vest, zipped it up, and sent it to the Institute of Biological Sciences. Running over and walking back, Jing Tan didn't sleep well last night, thinking about those diamonds. There was still work today, so Jing Tan planned to take a nap before that. The benches around were occupied by old men and women who came out for a walk or to buy groceries. He didn't want to lie on the tree now, so sleeping on a branch while wearing a vest wasn't very comfortable. After looking around, Jing Tan directly went over and used the flower as a blanket, a soft and warm blanket. Looking at the cat sleeping on the back of such a big Saint Bernard, Yang Yi raised his eyebrows. He looked at the bullhead terrier next to it, then looked at the Saint Bernard lying down obediently. Yang Yi curiously asked the two old men, "Is this cat not afraid of dogs?" "Afraid? Tisk, it's good enough that it doesn't bully these two, they've been bullied by it since they were young," said one of the old men. "Oh, Black Charcoal's vest is not bad," another old man touched Jing Tan's vest. "You're so sleepy, did you catch a thief last night?" The three of them talked here, and when it was time to leave, Jing Tan also got up, but he stopped at the small fork in the road and waited by the side. Later, someone would come to pick him up and take him to the pet center. Today, he wore the vest to deliver something to the Jiao Pa, and also for the pet center. If he worked overtime today, it would be just right for overtime pay. Yang Yi didn't leave, but followed Jing Tan over. Seeing Jing Tan waiting there, he also looked at him not far away. He was curious about why the cat was squatting there. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Jing Tan finally saw the person he was waiting for. Charlie was driving his nanny van, a small two-wheeled electric modified specifically to pick up Jing Tan and take him to the pet center to shoot the new promotional video. It was said that the government had recently introduced a policy related to environmental protection. Recently, various departments had been learning to implement the new spirit, and even some social groups had begun to follow the trend. Xiao Guo wanted to use this topic to shoot an advertising video to promote environmental protection. The electric car stopped in front of Jing Tan. Charlie looked at the time. He really wasn't late today, it was the cat that came early. Thinking of this, Charlie's worries were a lot less. In the past 2 years, not only did Charlie have some understanding of Jing Tan's temper, but he also knew a little about Jing Tan's preferences. For example, he knew that this cat, whose breed was only worth a few dozen yuan in some butcher's markets but was very important in this team, didn't like things related to pets, including toys, food, most pet clothes, and so on. Instead, it was more interested in human things, such as computers, televisions, and game consoles. Once, Charlie even saw Bosco put headphones on the cat so that the cat could listen to MP3 players. After seeing so much, he didn't find it strange anymore. The nanny on the set was dutiful and worthy of the salary that Bosco gave him. Although the car and clothes didn't have the logo of the pet center, the kettle in Charlie's basket was printed with the words, "Obviously so pet center." Pet center? Didn't they say that this cat was raised by a teacher? Yang Yi thought. "Excuse me, is this cat yours?" Yang Yi walked over and asked. Chapter 308. At first, Yang Yi didn't understand why the other person had such a cold and distant reaction. After a while, he thought of something and took out a business card and handed it over. "I'm from Yixing Culture. I'm here to attend a photography conference." Charlie was still on guard. He didn't know what Yixing Culture was, but since it involved people in the photography industry, he could be considered to have crossed paths with them. So, before he fully understood, Charlie still saw Yang Yi as a competitor. The business card Yang Yi gave was a relatively ordinary one. Yang Yi's specific position in the company was not written on it. The phone number was a spare phone number that Yang Yi bought in Chuhua City. Charlie didn't care after glancing at the business card. Out of courtesy, he didn't immediately throw the business card into the trash can. Instead, he put it in his pocket. He wanted to leave with the cat as soon as possible. Seeing that the other person didn't want to continue talking, Yang Yi didn't say anything. After the other person left with the cat on the small electric bike, Yang Yi thought about the scene just now. When the other person knew that he was a photographer, the obvious vigilance in his eyes made Yang Yi speculate a possible answer. He gave the business card out of curiosity. The movie he invested in also involved some cat scenes, but the cats in the movie had to be of expensive breeds. Yang Yi didn't consider the black house cat. His original plan was to find some trained cats that had a bit of intelligence. When he saw the words Ming Ming Pet Center printed on the bag, he thought that if possible, it would be good to cooperate with such a pet center. It was just a spur-of-the-moment behavior of him. After asking someone to check the pet center, Yang Yi returned to the hotel and watched most of the commercials and videos that Xiao Guo and the others had shot. He didn't sleep the whole night, thinking about the videos. He suddenly had an idea, but this idea needed to be discussed with the person in charge of the pet center first. Yang Yi didn't have to wait long. The next day, he received a call from Xiao Guo. It turned out that after Charlie took Jingtan to the pet center, because the temperature in the room was a little high and it was a little stuffy, Charlie threw his jacket in the place where clothes were placed. The business card in the jacket slipped out at that time. At that time, no one paid attention to it, but when Xiao Guo went to put the clothes away, he found it. He picked it up and looked at it. When he saw the words Yixing Culture on it, he immediately became excited. Xiao Guo himself had made a lot of money from advertisements and videos, and had even rented a cat to a small crew to film a TV series. Naturally, he knew a lot about the professional and commercial circles, and Yixing Culture was one of them. He didn't know who this Yang Yi was, or what position he held in Yixing Culture, but since this company was involved, it meant that there was a potential business opportunity. Without caring about anything else, Xiao Guo immediately called Charlie over and asked him about what happened. Charlie didn't hide anything and told him everything. Anyway, it was only a matter of a few minutes. Looking at Boss Guo's unpredictable expression, Charlie's heart was pounding. "Boss, is Yixing Culture that awesome? Could it be that they were also shooting commercials? How does it compare to our studio?" Charlie asked. In his heart, their studio was the best in the industry. Of course, this was only limited to the circle of cat commercials. Xiao Guo knocked Charlie's head with the magazine in his hand. "What do you know? The difference between our studio and theirs is like the difference between braised beef instant noodles and braised beef." Charlie was speechless. Wasn't this the difference between a loser and a Mr. Perfect? Looking at the 2 yuan bag of braised beef instant noodles on the table next to them, Charlie didn't say anything. Xiao Guo pondered for a whole night, then woke up in the morning and made a phone call. After receiving Xiao Guo's call, Xiao Guo introduced himself and had a rough idea. When he was investigating the pet center, he had investigated a few key people in it. He knew what role Xiao Guo played in the team. The two made an appointment. Yang Yi came to the pet center and walked around with Xiao Guo. He also asked about Jingtan. However, Xiao Guo didn't want to say too much when it came to Jingtan. After Yang Yi revealed his identity, he revealed some secrets. Jingtan had always been low-key. Although there were many people in the cat community who knew the name Black Sea, they couldn't match it. Also, Xiaoguo deliberately hid Jing Tan's real information. Since the big boss of Yixing culture was interested in working with them, Xiaoguo decided to reveal some information to him. Yang Yi didn't immediately decide on the cooperation. He wanted to know more about the shooting. For this reason, Xiaoguo invited Yang Yi to watch the next shooting. Yang Yi's heart had been itching for a long time. He really wanted to see how the photos were taken and how the cats performed. In the videos, many of the cats' performances were perfect, especially the black cat. Moreover, although he usually took some photos of animals, there was definitely a gap between him and a professional pet photography team. Just like his grandfather in the past, he was not good at taking photos of people and scenery, but he was good at taking photos of cats. Therefore, after leaving Chuhua for a while, Yang Yi flew back to the pet center for a new round of shooting. Jing Tan was surprised when he saw Yang Yi. He remembered this person, but he didn't know why Xiaoguo allowed him to watch. Normally, Xiaoguo didn't allow others to enter the set, unless it was someone he truly trusted. But this person, looking at Xiaoguo's behavior, Jing Tan felt that Xiaoguo was treating Yang Yi with caution. It seemed that Yang Yi's background wasn't small. Jing Tan wasn't interested in Yang Yi's background. His responsibility was to do a good job today. As soon as the shooting started, Xiaoguo's caution was gone. He completely entered his usual state and ignored Yang Yi, almost forgetting about him. Yang Yi didn't care that he was left out. He paid attention to the black cat under the camera, as well as the other cats and dogs playing other roles. It had to be admitted that a professional team was better than others. They knew which cat couldn't sleep without hugging something, which cat would start to get excited at what time, which cat hated what smell, and how it would behave after smelling it, and so on. Since the establishment of this team, they had a deeper understanding of the cats in the studio that were often in front of the camera. The shooting efficiency was high, and the results were satisfactory. Xiaoguo said that the black cat was the trump card here. It was true. Just look at the performance of these cats. Unfortunately, because of the problem of breed, the movie couldn't use this cat. They could only use other cats. According to the script of the movie, it had to be a famous breed cat. However, the fact that the black cat couldn't play a role in the movie fulfilled Yang Yi's wish. Yang Yi liked to shoot mostly because of his grandfather's influence. A long time ago, Yang Yi had the idea of shooting a documentary about the city, people, and cats. The documentary would record real life, show the pulse and life of the era, and show and record the real side of the era. Adding in the element of cats would also enhance the viewability of the documentary. This would attract many people who were not interested in documentaries to take a look at it. However, it was difficult and he hadn't been able to put it into practice. After his grandfather passed away, Yang Yi's idea became stronger when he looked at the photos in the thick album. Looking at the black cat in front of the camera, the smile on Yang Yi's face became bigger and bigger. Jing Tan, who was shooting the advertisement, suddenly felt a chill on his back. He almost made a mistake when he jumped. Fortunately, he was experienced and strong mentally, so he calmed down quickly. After the shooting, Xiaoguo had a private talk in the room. When they talked about Jing Tan, Xiaoguo shook his head. I can't make the decision. You have to find its father and get his approval. Otherwise, even if you take it away by force, it won't cooperate. It will also let you know what a cat's paw is. After that, Yang Yi and Xiaoguo signed the contract. The movie team picked an experienced cat from the team and sent it over. At the same time, a few people from the movie team followed along. They would take care of the cat's daily life and make it more cooperative with the filming. As for Jing Tan, Yang Yi went to talk to him directly. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma were troubled. Shooting the advertisement was one thing, but Xiaoguo was an acquaintance. He knew everything about Jing Tan and agreed to keep it a secret. Even if he was popular in the cat community, it was only a small circle. His real life wouldn't be affected much. Just like Xiaoguo himself, shooting advertisements for cat food and related products was just a small matter compared to professional movies and TV shows. If he really participated in a movie and took up a lot of space, it would be a different level. Moreover, shooting the advertisement here was close to home. If he accepted Yang Yi's job, Jingtan would probably be away from home for a long time. Judging from Jingtan's troublemaking behavior, Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma were really worried. Convincing the Jiao family was not an easy task. Yang Yi didn't expect to encounter such a problem. Lure with money? Sorry, Jiao family wasn't as poor as people thought. They weren't crazy about money and wouldn't fall for it. Threaten? In Xiaoguo's words, that cat would let you know what a cat's paw was. Let's just wait until the Jiao family agrees. Yang Yi originally planned to fly back to Beijing the next day, but because of this incident, he changed his mind and played the emotional card. He talked about some emotional things, about art, about relationships, about cats, and about the awareness of caring for cats promoted by this film. This time, more people would like and understand this race that had infiltrated human society, had a bad temper, and was difficult to understand. In the end, the Jiao family relented, but that was all. The final decision still depended on Zheng Tan's own opinion. After Zheng Tan agreed, Jiao Pa replied to Yang Yi and agreed to act. After Yang Yi ended the call, he looked at the sunlight outside the window for a while. Then, he picked up his phone and opened the photo album. There was an old photo copied over. In the photo, there was an old man smiling happily. On the old man's shoulder was a yellow and white house cat. The cat intimately leaned against the old man's head. It raised its chin slightly and looked at the camera with a hint of laziness. Some people said that the people in Beijing had the arrogance of the emperor, but also the enthusiasm of the Hutong. The cats in Beijing had the spirit of the Forbidden City, but also the ruffian spirit of the Sihiyuan. Chapter 309. Shooting wasn't something that could be done immediately after signing the contract. It still required a series of preparations, so Zheng Tan wouldn't leave for the time being. He would still stay in Chuhua City for a while. In order to let Zheng Tan better adapt to the shooting, Xiaoguo decided to transfer some people from the working group to help Zheng Tan. The so-called help to familiarize himself with the shooting location was that Xiaoguo thought that Yang Yi's team would probably use a similar shooting method after staying with the film crew for a few days. Therefore, Zheng Tan was taken to the pet center every day to face the familiar people, cameras, props, and so on in the studio. He was brought here for special training, so the people around him were very active. Zheng Tan didn't need to shoot advertising videos and pictures these days, so he was quite bored in the studio. If there was no privacy to eat, sleep, or even poop, Zheng Tan didn't mind letting Xiaoguo know what a cat's paw was. Therefore, when Xiaoguo returned to the pet center from the film crew and opened the door of his lounge, he found that the sofa cushion that he bought less than half a year ago was full of scars. Xiaoguo didn't lock the lounge these 2 days, and only Li Yuanba, Peanut Candy, and Zheng Tan could open the door by themselves. Zheng Tan often slept here, and Li Yuanba occasionally came over. Peanut Candy basically didn't enter the door. Among them, Li Yuanba had his own special place for lunch, the bookshelf. Only Zheng Tan slept on the sofa. Half a year ago, Xiaoguo annoyed Zheng Tan because of something. In a fit of anger, he destroyed a sofa in Xiaoguo's place. Now, he destroyed the cushion of a new sofa as a warning. After seeing the miserable state of the sofa, Xiaoguo wailed and then lay on the computer chair. When he looked up, he saw Li Yuanba on the bookshelf. Li Yuanba's eyes made Xiaoguo feel as if he had done something stupid again. "Can't you stop him?" Xiaoguo said to Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba turned his head and went back to sleep. Xiaoguo sighed. He knew Li Yuanba's fighting ability. He could beat up cats, scratch dogs, and even fight thieves. However, he just watched from the side when Zheng Tan destroyed the sofa and never stopped him. They were all ancestors and were really hard to please. Each of them had a bad temper. If only they were as obedient as Prince and the others. However, these few were a little special. That's right, that black cat was different too, so he couldn't treat it the same way he treated other cats. If it was a human, what should he do? Reason with him, do some work, and enlighten him? After making up his mind, Xiaoguo immediately contacted Charlie. Thus, wet nurse Charlie was forced into a corner. For the next few days, Jing Tan didn't see any of those annoying things when he came to the pet center. However, no matter how hard Charlie worked, Jing Tan's attitude could only be regarded as normal. Charlie didn't know if Charlie had instilled Boss Gua's order into the cat's brain. Boss Gua had been busy these days, so he gave Charlie this difficult task to try to arouse the cat's positive emotions. Charlie didn't know what a cat looked like when it was in a positive mood. He only knew that when he was working, he talked until his mouth was dry. In the end, he found that the cat lying lazily on the chair narrowed its eyes and yawned. Then, it ignored him. Charlie's mood at that time. Speaking of it, he felt like crying. For the sake of the high salary, he accepted it. Xiaogua came back early that day. When he came to the studio, Jing Tan hadn't left yet. He was lying on the sofa and sleeping. Charlie next to him had a tangled look on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Seeing Xiaogua, Charlie got up and talked about today's situation. Still the same? Xiaogua frowned. This cooperation with Yang Yi was an excellent opportunity. If the cat didn't agree, it would be fine. But since it agreed to act, Xiaogua had to spend more effort on it. If he was passive and slack off, people wouldn't be optimistic about him. It was fine here, but if he went to Beijing and went to other people's territory, he didn't know if he would be at a disadvantage. Throwing his coat on the sofa, Xiaogua didn't bother to change his shoes. He wiped his face, rolled up his sleeves, and walked to Jing Tan. He squatted down and looked at Jing Tan, who had just woken up. He waved his fist seriously to encourage him. Black charcoal, after this job, will be rich. Jing Tan and Charlie, simple, direct, and effective. Jing Tan's fighting spirit was finally ignited and he narrowed his eyes. Jing Tan looked at the contract. The money was indeed a lot, but Jing Tan felt that Xiaogua was too nervous. He wasn't a rookie who just started shooting commercials. Did he need to worry so much? Sighing in his heart, Jing Tan felt that recently everyone seemed to be a little too nervous and anxious, whether it was the people at the pet center or the Jiao family. While Jing Tan was sighing, the Jiao Pa was thinking about whether to contact the people he knew in Beijing. He knew people there, but they definitely didn't have time to take care of them. It was also inconvenient for them to take care of them. After thinking about it, the Jiao Pa contacted Feng Xiaokong. The third Master Feng's base was in Beijing. It was more reliable to ask him for help. The third Master Feng, who was busy in other provinces, was surprised when he received the call from the Jiao Pa, shooting a documentary. The third Master Feng waved his hand and asked his assistant to leave. He put his feet on the desk. Who is it? Mr. Yang from Yixing Culture, the Jiao Pa said. That kid Yang Yi? Okay, I got it. Don't worry. Even if I don't have time, I will ask someone to take care of him. The third Master Feng gave the Jiao Pa a phone number. If there was a need, he could ask someone to contact this number. With the third Master Feng's promise, the Jiao Pa suddenly felt a lot more at ease. But he wasn't completely relieved. After all, that cat was really a troublemaker. After the third Master Feng hung up the phone, he flipped through his contact list and dialed a number. It rang for a long time before it was picked up. Hello? The other party didn't seem to be awake. Hello, Yang Yi. It's the third Master Feng. I heard that you are shooting a documentary about cats. Yang Yi was a little confused. He didn't sleep the whole night after organizing some materials. He went out again in the morning and only started to catch up on sleep when he came back at noon. He didn't expect to receive a call from this person. Oh, Uncle Feng. Yang Yi was of the same generation as Mao and the others. He wasn't very familiar with Feng Xiaokong. They had cooperated a few times in business in the past 2 years. He used to call Feng Xiaokong Uncle Feng like Mao and the others. Yes, that's true. What's the matter? Are you interested in investing? Feng Xiaokong had invested in many movies. Yang Yi was just casually mentioning it. He didn't expect Feng Xiaokong to laugh. Yes, but I want to ask, do you still need a role? I have a cat at home too. It's very smart. It's not much worse than black charcoal. Yang Yi paused for a few seconds. Third Master Fong had a cat at home? What he didn't expect was that unlike other people who recommended actors, celebrities, or relatives, the third Master Fong only recommended his cat. Since third Master Fong had asked, Yang Yi didn't immediately refuse. Instead, he asked, "What's the breed of your cat?" "My cat is a crossbreed. It's not a famous cat, but it's very smart. It's much better than those famous purebred cats. Do you have internet there? I'll send you some photos." Fong Xiaokong took out his laptop, selected a few photos taken at home, and sent them over. He always thought that the smartest cat in the world, other than black charcoal, was his demi. If his demi wasn't good enough, what other cat was qualified? Crossbreed cats referred to cats with impure bloodlines. Yang Yi didn't plan to use many expensive purebred cats in the documentary. Basically, he was going to use house cats and crossbreed cats. Hearing Fong Xiaokong's words, Yang Yi was relieved. He opened the file he received and checked the photos. 10 seconds later. "How is it? Good enough, right?" Fong Xiaokong asked. "His eyes are sharp enough," Yang Yi commented. Fong Xiaokong didn't ask for much. He just wanted to make a cameo appearance as a souvenir for himself. After Yang Yi agreed, Fong Xiaokong immediately looked for an opportunity to ask his daughter for credit. Fong Mengmeng was happy, but she thought of another. "Dad, since our demi is participating, can we get Xiaomi to make a cameo appearance? I haven't seen Xiaomi in a long time." So, after Yang Yi slept restlessly for another hour, he received a call from Fong Xiaokong again. "Hello, Yang Yi. It's me, Fong San. Yang Yi, I just wanted to ask, are you still looking for roles? I'll recommend another one. She's also a crossbreed. She's from the same family as our demi. She's called Xiaomi. She's just a little dumber than our demi. Her looks are passable, but there's a mole near her mouth. Are you still in front of the computer? I'll send you the photos." Yang Yi, Xiaomi had always been with Xiao Lu. They stayed in Chuhua City for a while. Later, when Zhao Lu got busy, there was no one to take care of her. Even the nanny couldn't hold her down, so Zhao Li's mother brought her to Beijing to keep her company. Her husband and daughter were usually very busy, but Zhao Li's mother liked Xiaomi. When she returned to Beijing, she couldn't bear to part with her, so she brought her along. Although they were both in Beijing, Xiaomi didn't have much time to see each other. As for Zheng Tan, ever since Xiaomi was taken away, they hadn't seen each other. Xiaomi only saw Xiaomi when they went to the cat exhibition. Knowing that these two would also participate, Zheng Tan was looking forward to it. He wondered if Xiaomi would still be as aggressive after inheriting her father's mole. In the middle of November, Zheng Tan followed a group of people selected by Xiao Gua and set off for Beijing. Charlie's sidekick took care of them. This wasn't the first time Zheng Tan went on a long trip. The people of the Jiao family couldn't help but worry. Zheng Tan's ears were about to grow calluses from all the reminders he had heard. Before leaving, Zheng Tan went to the old tiled house and hid the phone and the bag of diamonds separately. He also moved some broken tables and chairs to block the entrance. This way, he wouldn't be afraid of other cats entering. They didn't have the strength of Zheng Tan. Yang Yi had already arranged a place for them to stay. There were also some other staff members of the film crew there. These people were very curious about Zheng Tan. They heard that the big boss Yang Yi had brought up the plan of making this film again because of this cat. Charlie and the others who were entrusted with the important task by Xiao Guo were worried that Zheng Tan wouldn't be able to adapt after seeing so many strangers. It turned out that they had thought too much. Zheng Tan wasn't nervous at all. Although he didn't know these people, he could feel the kindness from them. Even the ugliest one, the big bearded man with a fierce smile, was actually kind. Since there was no threat, there was no need to worry. After Charlie called the Jiao family to tell them that he was safe, someone came to pick up Jing Tan before Jing Tan could get familiar with the people of the film crew. It was Fang Xiaokong's people. After going downstairs, Jing Tan glanced around and his gaze fell on the silver private car. Black charcoal, over here. Fang Mengmeng opened the car window and waved at Jing Tan. Chapter 310. Demi still looked the same as when Jing Tan saw it at the cat show. It still did not have much of an expression and seemed to be indifferent to the people and things around it. Only when it looked over did its eyes widen a little and its pupils dilate a little. This made it look a little less sharp than usual. As for Xiaomi, this was the first time Jing Tan saw it after it was taken away. The pattern in his impression and the mole that was the same as its father's made Jing Tan recognize these two features. Unlike Demi, this was the first time Xiaomi saw Jing Tan after it left. When it looked at Jing Tan, it was a little confused. Jing Tan did not know if this guy still remembered him. Xiaomi's line of sight followed Jing Tan. It probably felt that the space was too small, so it squeezed Demi beside it. Demi slapped its head, but it did not care. It continued to squeeze and its head was slapped again. The two cats were squeezed by the car window, so Jing Tan could not enter. It was the driver in front who called out to Jing Tan and jumped in through the front window. Jing Tan had never seen the driver before, but from his conversation with Charlie, he knew that this was the person that Fang Xiaokong mentioned to take care of the cats in Beijing. Since they had informed him in advance, Charlie was relieved. After watching the car leave, Charlie reported Jing Tan's whereabouts to the people in Chuhua City. This was what his boss, Xiao Gua, and Professor Jiao had instructed him to do. On the other side, Jing Tan, who had jumped into the car, sat in the front passenger seat. Fang Mengmeng and the two cats were in the back seat. There was another person that he did not know. She was sent by Fang Mengmeng's mother to take care of the children and cats. Jing Tan noticed that Xiaomi was wearing a leash, and the other end of the leash was in the hands of the woman that Jing Tan did not know. Xiaomi's cat tag was hung on a buckle of the leash. It was made quite delicately. The leash even went under Xiaomi's forearm so that the cat's neck would not bear all the force when the leash was pulled. However, most of the cats that used this kind of leash were more active. Demi was not like that. Just as Jing Tan had guessed, Xiaomi was prone to hyperactivity. It was completely different from Demi's calm and steady nature. After Jing Tan got into the car, little Me was very curious at first. From time to time, she would get close to him and sniff. It was unknown whether she had remembered or felt that Jing Tan was not a threat, but she kept walking around. She even raised her paw to touch Jing Tan. She kept moving around in the back seat until Fang Mengmeng forcefully pressed her against the car seat. Even though she was lying down, Xiaomi didn't stay idle. She rubbed around and played around, wagging her tail. Who did she take after? Even peanut candy wasn't like this back then, right? Another thing that made Jing Tan unhappy was the difference in size. From Jing Tan's point of view, peanut candy was 1 generation younger than him, and Big Rice and Little Rice were 1 generation younger. Standing beside these two juniors, Jing Tan had to look up to them. After arriving at Fang Mengmeng's house, Jing Tan realized that he had underestimated Xiaomi. Jing Tan lay on the sofa and watched Xiaomi play with a tennis ball all over the house. From time to time, she would provoke Jing Tan, who was on the sofa, and Demi, who was on the cat tree. Then, she would be slapped by the two of them. She never got tired of it. He didn't know if she would get into trouble during the filming. However, those were the worries of Yang Yi and the filming crew. Jing Tan didn't think about it anymore. Fang Mengmeng took many photos of Jing Tan, Demi, and Xiaomi with her camera. Demi was already used to it, and Xiaomi didn't seem to care about the camera. Sometimes, she would curiously move closer to the camera and take a few photos of her big nose. The mole beside her mouth was especially obvious. Jing Tan didn't stay at Fang Mengmeng's house for long. The next day, Yang Yi drove over to pick him up. The filming crew didn't have much free time. There were many areas that needed to be adjusted. Yang Yi had placed a lot of hope on Jing Tan. Many people said that documentaries were the eldest son of movies and the poor brother of feature films. Just as Jing Tan knew, not every documentary could be recognized by the public. Most of the documentaries were shelved. Many people had never heard of the title of the film. Even if they had heard of it, they wouldn't be interested in watching it. Many people were also not optimistic about the film that Yang Yi had spent so much effort on. Of all the things to film, why did he choose to film a documentary? He might as well use that money to film some celebrity commercials. Regarding this, Yang Yi didn't care at all. Zheng Tan wasn't a Beijing cat. Since he wanted to tell the story of a Beijing cat, these stories definitely wouldn't be the real Zheng Tan. Authenticity was the essential attribute of a documentary. It recorded objective things so that the audience would have a more realistic experience. Therefore, Yang Yi wouldn't make up nonsense, and he wouldn't let Zheng Tan act in those fake stories. Zheng Tan wanted to act in something that used to be real. In other words, Zheng Tan wanted to act in another cat that was no longer in this world. He had to change the location and the mentality. Compared to 20 or 30 years ago, the current Beijing had changed a lot. The scenes and things in Yang Yi's memory couldn't be recreated as they were. Therefore, this involved a method of using scientific and technological means to create a virtual reality. Of course, virtual didn't mean that the story was real. The scenes and things created by scientific and technological means were also real and had historical basis. Therefore, some parts of the documentary needed to use a combination of virtual and real shooting techniques to recreate the real story. Humans had the ability to recreate the past. Those past events were scenes that existed in Yang Yi's memory. Yang Yi said that he wanted to achieve a resonance in terms of thinking. Zheng Tan felt a bit of pressure. Whether it was the lineup or the atmosphere, it was very different from Xiaoguo's studio. During the shooting process, the focus was on the control of the light ratio to improve the visual effect of the image. Therefore, the technical level of the camera and the cameraman was higher. The cameraman had to adjust the light ratio to ensure the beauty of the image, so that the filmed content could be shown to the public at the most beautiful angle. The advanced shooting equipment and the skillful cameraman showed the importance Yang Yi attached to this documentary from these two aspects. The post-production requirements for the technical processing of the image were also high. They had to be able to ensure the authenticity of the filmed content and modify the image to enhance the visual effect. This required the relevant filming technicians to have strong technical skills. Sure enough, there was a big difference between filming a pet commercial and this kind of documentary. No wonder Xiaoguo had been nervous before, and even Charlie had been nagging at the side for fear of causing trouble. Yang Yi, Charlie, and the rest of the team sent to Beijing by Xiaoguo talked about the next few scenes to shoot, how to walk, where to look, how to bark, and so on. Zheng Tan listened at the side. The old man who acted with Zheng Tan and many people in the filming crew did not understand Yang Yi's approach. At the beginning, when they knew that Yang Yi wanted to shoot this documentary, they knew that it would be very difficult. People were easy to deal with, but cats were notoriously difficult to deal with, much more difficult to deal with than dogs. Looking at the proportion of dogs and cats in the movies so far, one would know. One would not know how difficult it was to deal with cats if they had not filmed it before. Therefore, they felt that Yang Yi was still too young and naive to think about things too simply. Yang Yi also knew what others would think, but what he learned from Xiaoguo and Professor Jiao, as well as what he saw with his own eyes at the filming site at the pet center, made him have high expectations for this cat. This involved the story of his grandfather, and the significance of the film itself was great, even if it was not a big production movie and was only a documentary that many people did not think highly of. Every time Yang Yi filmed an animal, he liked to guess the animal's mood by looking at the animal's eyes that were fixed in the photo. Compared to humans, animals were more eye-catching. In fact, most of the time, an animal's gaze could instantly kill the celebrities on TV. It was not that they performed better than the celebrities, but it was how much of an impact their gaze would bring to the people who saw it. Those who loved pets sometimes, even if their pets did something wrong, they would be prepared to reprimand them, but when faced with the pet's coquettish or pitiful eyes, they would abandon their armor. The eyes of animals were also filled with emotions. Although it was a documentary, there were still some things that had to be done, especially Zheng Tan, who was acting the life of another cat. Before shooting, Zheng Tan had to do makeup. Yes, makeup. This was something that had been discussed before. Yang Yi's grandfather had once reared a cat that wasn't pure black. That cat had 3 white legs and 1 black leg. There was a small white dot on its nose and an inverted triangle on its chin. Compared to the sheriff, the proportion of white on its body wasn't much. Zheng Tan had seen the photo that Yang Yi took out. As for the dye, Yang Yi specially got it. It was said that it was harmless, edible, and could be washed off. For this reason, Jiao Pa specially took some for testing. After getting the results, he agreed. Before this, Zheng Tan had always thought that dyeing was an easy task, but when it came to makeup, he realized that it was not so. The makeup artist that Yang Yi hired was too conscientious and meticulous. Of course, the effect was also very good. Zheng Tan was guaranteed that many people would not recognize him if he went out now. Most people recognized animals by their color at first sight. A little white would change a lot, and the all-black aura would be reduced. Charlie held the mirror for Zheng Tan to look at. Zheng Tan was satisfied with the rest. At first glance, he did not see any makeup. The only depressing thing was the little white spot under the nose. Zheng Tan now felt that peanut candy and Xiaomi's mole were not bad. At least, it was better than Zheng Tan's current one. The white spot under the makeup looked like snot, flowing directly into the mouth. After the makeup was done, the shoot began. There were many questions that could only be answered when the shoot began. For example, Yang Yi said how to make a coquettish sound and a defensive sound. That black charcoal doesn't know how to make a sound. No, it's that it can't make a sound like a cat. Charlie said helplessly. Yang Yi. What do you mean by, can't make a sound like a cat? Zheng Tan expressed that this was indeed beyond his ability. A normal cat's sound was already difficult enough, let alone a coquettish sound. Charlie was afraid that this master would be angry, so he quickly explained to Yang Yi. Yang Yi thought about the advertisements that he had seen. It seemed that he had not seen this cat's sound in them. Sighing, Yang Yi said, forget it. I'll think of something when the time comes. Continue. Okay, I'll bite the socks later. What's wrong? Don't bite the socks. Hate smelly socks. Sigh, that's new. It's just that I purposely made it old. If you don't believe me, smell it. Okay, continue. Okay, I'll let it squat on the wooden stool and lick its paws later. What? Don't lick its paws? What kind of cat doesn't lick its paws? Humans suck their fingers too. There's dye. It's okay, the dye is edible. I've eaten it before. Or I'll let it lick the paws that don't have any dye. Okay, continue. After a day of shooting, Charlie and the crew were sweating profusely. Zheng Tan was not much better. Yang Yi was too demanding. The director did not feel that there was anything wrong, but Yang Yi was not satisfied. If one thing went wrong, he would reshoot. He probably wanted to have a high degree of overlap with the scenes in his memory. Chapter 311. As for Zheng Tan, before he came, the Jiao Pa had told him that he had to play dumb. What did he mean by, when necessary? For example, if he didn't want to shoot a scene, if he didn't want to work with someone, if he wasn't used to the place, if he didn't feel well, or if he needed to pee, he could play dumb and pretend that he didn't know how to act. He could just roll around on the spot. After all, he was a cat. How much could the filming crew ask of a cat? The troublesome things could be dealt with by the crew. Xiaoguo didn't send so many people over just for show. Zheng Tan didn't believe that Xiaoguo and the Jiao Pa didn't have a private agreement. However, this was for his own good. Zheng Tan understood that it was okay to be smart, but if he acted too smart, it would arouse suspicion. To avoid unnecessary trouble, sometimes it was safer to be a little stupid. There were many scenes that Zheng Tan wouldn't shoot in the past, but this time, he tolerated it. After all, this kind of documentary was different from commercials. It took a lot of manpower and material resources. Since Zheng Tan had accepted this job, he had to be responsible. Moreover, these scenes were very common for ordinary cats. It wouldn't make sense for him to refuse to act. Zheng Tan didn't feel very comfortable with the makeup on his body. He had to touch up his makeup every now and then, especially the eyebrows and whiskers that were accidentally rubbed off. After all, Zheng Tan's whiskers were black, but the whiskers of the cat in the photo were white. Fortunately, Zheng Tan was more efficient. The whole shooting process was much shorter than Yang Yi's plan. The filming crew thought that it would take a long time to shoot these scenes. They didn't expect the cat to be so cooperative. In their opinion, the cat's intelligence was one of the reasons. More importantly, they heard that the few people who came over were a team that specialized in taking care of cats. In their free time, the filming crew even talked to the team members sent by Xiaogua. Little did they know that the team members were smiling so much that their faces were almost stiff. They didn't dare to say some things. They had signed several contracts, and they would do whatever Xiaogua told them to do. Zheng Tan didn't know how well he acted. He could only tell from Yang Yi's expression that he wasn't up to standard. He could only wait for the final production to be completed. The old man who was acting with Zheng Tan looked like Yang Yi's grandfather from the side. Of course, he had also put on makeup to make it look more alike. Coupled with some filming techniques, Zheng Tan believed that Yang Yi would be satisfied when the movie was actually produced. Among them, Zheng Tan had also come into contact with some of the things that were commonly used in that era, such as the gray cat litter. At that time, almost every house burned coal, which made it easy to clean up. There was also a handmade catwalk made by the people in the Sihiyuan for the little rascals who came in and out all day. A half-foot square hole was made and a curtain was hung. Fat cats and bigger cats would also make the hole bigger. There wasn't any high-tech technology, but it was used well at that time. Other than Zheng Tan, Xiaomi and Xiaomi also made a cameo appearance. Yang Yi wanted to film some scenes where the cats were usually active and having fun. Among them, Yang Yi liked what Little Me did the most. Even when it was alone, Little Me would immediately get high. It would kick, scratch, and bite its own feet as if it was schizophrenic. It would quickly run around the narrow wall, and after it was done playing, it would raise its tail in an S shape. Its chrysanthemum faced the setting sun, and it would stretch lazily. Then, it would start calling for food. Everyone was happy when they were filming. Zhao Li's mother even came to the scene personally. She didn't care about her cat's embarrassing appearance at all. Instead, she thought that cats should be like that. Zheng Tan could see that Zhao Li's mother valued Xiaomi. It seemed that Xiaomi was to her liking. As for Xiaomi, although it didn't have stage fright, it was too calm and quiet. It stood on the high wall and didn't move. Yang Yi didn't know what to do. After all, this cat was requested by Fang Xiaokong. He had to film something, right? Are these two really brothers? A member of the film crew asked. He was referring to Xiaomi and Xiaomi is a girl. Fang Mengmeng's ears were sharp. After hearing it, she corrected him. Oh, a girl. Quite gentle and quiet. The member of the film crew laughed. He didn't know much about cats and didn't know how to determine the gender of some special cases based on their patterns. After laughing, he looked at Fang Mengmeng and said, "Then can you make your Xiaomi smile?" Smile? Can a cat smile? Fang Mengmeng teased Xiaomi under the wall for a long time. Xiaomi, who was squatting on the wall, finally moved. Its front paws stepped on the ground twice, it straightened its back and looked down. Finally, it pulled out a terrifying smile. All the members of the film crew who were watching, damn, so scary. A few of them even unconsciously scratched their arms, feeling goosebumps all over their bodies. Fang Mengmeng didn't think much of it. Xiaomi was usually more natural in front of people it was familiar with. Once it was unnatural, it would either have facial paralysis or this kind of expression. It was even worse when it was in a bad mood. Fang Xiaokong knew this very well. Now, Xiaomi probably felt that there were too many people it didn't know under the wall. The atmosphere was a little dull. It wasn't as active as Xiaomi and didn't usually take the initiative to stretch out its paws. Fong Mengmeng teased it for a long time but didn't see it stretch out its paws. Fong Mengmeng could only judge its emotional changes through its facial expressions. Of course, it wasn't really Xiaomi's smile just now. It was just a change in its face and mouth that made it look like a smile. However, this was the only way to continue. Okay, that shot just now was good. Every cat is different. If we want to shoot something new, we need to shoot something unique. Yang Yi was quite satisfied. At least they shot something new. At the same time, they could explain it to Fang Xiaokong. At the end of the shoot, Xiaomi was taken away by Zhao Li's mother. Before they left, Jing Tan heard Zhao Li's mother talking to the people beside her about Xiaomi. She was glad that she brought Xiaomi back. Otherwise, she would probably be depressed if she met a cat like Xiaomi. As for Xiaomi, Fong Mengmeng was even more glad that she chose Xiaomi. Xiaomi was too troublesome. Her Xiaomi was more obedient. Perhaps to some people, other people's cats were always good. However, even if they praised other people's cats, in the hearts of cat owners, their own cats would always be the first. No matter if it was a mischievous person or a taciturn person, they would love their own cats. This documentary didn't only talk about Jing Tan's grandfather. The filming crew also went to interview some other people. Although the latter interviews didn't talk about Jing Tan couldn't leave yet. Some scenes might have to be res hot. Jing Tan had to stay for a while, just in case. Therefore, Jing Tan followed them to see the people who were being interviewed. The first person they went to was an old writer's house. Both the old man and the old lady were there. The interview was more realistic. The filming location was at the two old people's house. Their children were often not around, so the two old people raised a cat. It was a white field cat. When it saw Jing Tan, the cat was very curious and vigilant. It hid around the old man and the old lady and stared at Jing Tan. Jing Tan walked around the house. The cat didn't have any reaction. It only stretched its neck and stared at Jing Tan. When Jing Tan came to its cat nest and approached its cat rice bowl, the cat's fur stood up. It rushed over, arched its back, and waved its paws at Jing Tan and growled. "Hey, don't worry. That black cat won't fight." Yang Yi comforted the worried old lady. Then, he asked the two old people when they could start. After Jing Tan left its rice bowl and cat nest, the cat immediately ran back to the old man and the old lady. The two old people had been interviewed countless times. Therefore, they could handle this kind of situation calmly. The director wouldn't deliberately ask them to do what they wanted. When the old lady was reading and cooking, when the old man was writing, when he was listening to the radio, and the cat's reaction were all filmed. When the old man was writing, the cat would jump on the desk and cause trouble. It would step on the old man's paper and couldn't be pushed away. If it was pushed away again, it would directly lie on the paper. It would only get up slowly when the old lady called it. The old man wasn't angry. He smiled and scratched the cat's chin with the end of the pen. "This guy is very arrogant. When I sit here, it comes over to bully me. Wife? My wife doesn't say anything about it. Instead, she asked me to write some articles to praise it." Looking at the old man's face, he didn't feel wronged or angry at all. Instead, he was very happy. The old man said that the literati in the capital liked to raise cats. He also gave a few examples of writers of the same generation. Under the literati's pen, the cats in the capital were somewhat like young masters who were spoiled in every aspect. Although most of them went from catching rats to eating, drinking, and playing in high-rise apartments to pets, they still had a sense of manliness in their bones. They didn't care if the person they were facing was a literary expert or a small citizen. What were the morals of Chu Hua's cats? Jing Tan thought about the few cats he knew. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that the few cats he knew were somewhat special. Perhaps they were representative of Chu Hua's cats. In addition to the current cat, the old man also recalled the cats he had raised in the past. The old lady also took out a photo album and showed it to everyone. During the interview, the two old people were often immersed in their memories. Sometimes, they would quietly think, as if they forgot that there were people filming the interview around them. There were several times when there was silence. However, neither Yang Yi nor the other people in the film crew turned off their phones or interrupted them. There was no impatience on their faces. Before coming, Jing Tan had been told by Charlie about this situation. It was probably Yang Yi's instructions. Every time after the silence, the old man's words were more vivid, very real, and very lively. When talking about the last cat, the old lady's eyes turned red several times. That cat had accompanied the two old people for more than 10 years and had died of old age. The filming crew then went to interview a Chinese art master. During the interview, the old man even took out a painting full of cat footprints. At that time, the old man was painting a fish. In the end, his cat jumped on the table and caused trouble, leaving ink prints everywhere. After that, the old man fixed the painting, framed it, and collected it. When the guests at home talked about related topics, the old man took out the painting to show off, saying that his cat was quite talented in art. Jing Tan also went over to take a look at the painting. Needless to say, it was quite artistic. As expected of a master of Chinese art. Just like in the movie about Tang Bohu, he could always turn something rotten into something magical. The photographer was very good at capturing some details, which made the whole film more vivid and full of soul. During the whole filming, among the cat owners interviewed, there were artists, educators, several famous schools in Beijing, libraries, and some ordinary people. Jing Tan followed them through the streets and alleys. Different venues, different backgrounds, all kinds of cat owners, cats with different temperaments, combined together with the professional production and polish, Jing Tan believed that this would be a good film. No matter how others looked at it, Jing Tan thought that it was very good. Chapter 312. Jing Tan came to Beijing in the middle of November. By the time the part about him was finished, it was almost the middle of December. Jing Tan's part was considered finished, and there was no need to reshoot. As for the follow-up filming, Jing Tan did not need to follow the filming crew around. If he really wanted to follow them, he would probably have to follow them until next year. The filming crew's journey was not finished, and Jing Tan planned to return to Chuhua City early for the new year. Charlie and the people sent over were summoned back by Xiao Guo. They were very busy at the end of the year, and Jing Tan was urged by Fang Mengmeng to stay in Beijing for a while. In the past month, other than when Jing Tan had just arrived in Beijing, Fang Mengmeng did not have much time to see Jing Tan. She even wanted Jing Tan to stay at her house for a few days. Fang Xiaokong came forward to talk to Xiao Guo and Jiao Pa, and asked Jing Tan to go back after a while. Jing Tan could not make it in time for the Christmas special at the pet center, but he had to rush back to film the New Year special. According to Xiao Guo, Jing Tan was there to hold the fort. Jing Tan was quite famous in the cat community on the internet. Every year, many people would look at him during the special because Xiao Guo could always do some little tricks to make Jing Tan amuse the audience. Without Jing Tan, there would definitely be people who would be unhappy. In addition, during this period of time, Jing Tan was absent from some commercials and video shoots. Some people on the internet had already started to make wild guesses. For example, BC is lost, BC is seriously ill, BC was sold, and some people even said that Xiao Guo hid Jing Tan's gender, BC actually went to give birth, and so on. The people on the team were also looking forward to Jing Tan's return. They deeply understood how hard their lives were when Jing Tan was not around. Therefore, Jing Tan could not stay in Beijing for long. The Jiao family also missed him and called 2 or 3 times a week. Now that Charlie had left, Jiao Pa directly called the person introduced by Fang Xiaokong. That person also truthfully told the Jiao family about Jing Tan's situation. Jing Tan did not go to Demi's cat tree at Fang Mengmeng's house. He occupied a guest room of the Fang family's house, which was tacitly allowed by Fang Xiaokong. Jumping on the edge of the table, Jing Tan wiped the blurry water vapor on the window and looked outside through the window. At this time, Beijing was colder than Chuhua City. It was snowing outside a few days ago, but it was still very warm indoors. Jing Tan was a little bored at the Fang family's house. Although the Fang family's house was very big and well decorated, it was still someone else's house. Zheng Tan could not secretly go online, he could not run around, he could not throw tantrums, and he could not crawl under the covers. It had only been 2 days, and Zheng Tan already wanted to go back to the Jiao family. On the weekend, a guest came to the Fong family's house. The guest was Fong Mengmeng's cousin, Fong Wenjie, who was in his 3rd year of high school. When he came, Fong Mengmeng was playing a game of guess which glass the pistachio is in with Demi, and Zheng Tan was watching from the side. Mengmeng, playing games with Demi again. Hey, whose cat is this? Is it a new member of your family? Don't tell me you got it specially for Demi. Ouch. While the guy was talking nonsense, Zheng Tan threw the tennis ball at his feet, and it hit the guy's face. Zheng Tan did not use much strength. He just wanted to teach the guy a lesson, and did not mean to hurt him. Fong Wenjie had a rare short holiday because his family was not around today, so he came over to have a meal. He did not expect to be hit not long after he entered the house. Although it did not hurt much, Fong Wenjie was still surprised. Oh, this cat has a bad temper. Mengmeng, whose cat is this? Fong Wenjie did not get close to Zheng Tan, but sat next to Fong Mengmeng. However, his eyes were fixed on Zheng Tan, in case Zheng Tan threw something at him again. Who told you to talk nonsense? Fong Mengmeng gloated. This is Black Charcoal, my dad's friends. He came here last month to shoot a documentary, so I let him stay at home for a few more days. Shoot a movie? So advanced? Fong Wenjie was surprised. Not a movie, a documentary. Fong Mengmeng corrected. Same meaning. Fong Wenjie was no longer afraid of Zheng Tan throwing things at him. He got up and walked around Zheng Tan. Based on my experience, this cat is a Mumbai cat known as a little black panther. Wrong, this cat is an ordinary field cat. Fong Mengmeng despised. Even the face of a little black panther is different. How is it different? I think so. Otherwise, who would find an ordinary field cat that can be bought for 10 yuan? It is a field cat. If you don't believe me, you can ask my dad. Hearing Fong Mengmeng's words, Fong Wenjie thought of his 3rd uncle. He struggled for a while, then said, okay, I'll take it that you're right. After that, Fong Wenjie ran to look for snacks. He did not eat much in the afternoon, and now dinner was not ready yet. He could not wait. By the way, Mengmeng, tomorrow my mom and your mom are going to attend a banquet. Let's not join in the fun. I'll take you out to eat, okay? Fong Wenjie said as he chewed on potato chips. He hated being with those uncles and aunties. Every time, they would compete with each other's children. After that, Fong Wenjie would inevitably be scolded by his parents. He was very unhappy, so he did not want to go to the banquet at all. He would be looking for trouble if he went. Okay. Fong Mengmeng did not want to go either. Although she was young, she knew a lot of things. For example, those who did not have a good relationship with her family, because of her father, immediately came up to her when they met at the banquet. Some of them pretended to be friendly, and some of them even played tricks. Fong Mengmeng was very annoyed. When Fong Wenjie was talking to Fong Mengmeng, Zheng Tan was listening at the side. Fong Wenjie was in his 3rd year of high school. It seemed that he was still in his rebellious period. His grades were not good. His family had hired several tutors for him, but it was useless. Every tutor who was hired with a high salary was angered by Fong Wenjie. It was said that many of the tutors hired were students from the top few universities in Beijing. Among them, there were even graduate students and doctoral students. It was useless. Although the Fong family was rich and capable, even if they could operate in college, their grades could not be too bad. They could not afford to lose face. Listening to Fong Wenjie's tone when he was talking, it seemed that he hated those tutors. He felt that those tutors were too arrogant and self-righteous, and Fong Wenjie was just a dandy in their eyes. Explaining to him was simply like playing the lute to a cow. Even a pig would understand, but this person still had a blank look. Now that the winter break was coming, and in the last half of high school, Fang Wenjie's parents had started to find people to tutor Fang Wenjie during the winter break. Fang Wenjie could already see the dark winter break this year. Moreover, Fang Wenjie's family had restricted him from now on. He was not allowed to go out and have fun with his friends frequently. His pocket money was limited, and he was even cut off from the internet. Thinking that this kind of life would continue for another half a year, Fang Wenjie felt that his vision was dark. Just the last half a year. After that, it will be easier. Fang Mengmeng said. It's easy for you to say that. When you reach my age, you will know how unhappy it is. It's stressful. Fang Wenjie sighed. Jing Tan and Fang Mengmeng both looked at Fang Wenjie. They did not see any stressful expression on his face. The next day, after lunch, Fang Wenjie went to Fang Mengmeng's house. He was not yet 18 years old and did not have a driver's license. His family was strict, so he could not drive his own car. However, they had a driver. Jing Tan would definitely follow them when they went out for a meal. If they did not go out for a big meal, were they going to stay here and eat cat food like Demi? Jing Tan would not do that. Therefore, Jing Tan decided to follow them out for a big meal. Jing Tan felt a shiver when he walked out of the door. He quickly got into the car. It was really cold outside. No wonder Fang Mengmeng was wearing so much. Jing Tan's fur was short, unlike Demi and the rest. However, Demi did not seem to like going out with Fang Wenjie. After seeing Fang Wenjie, Demi jumped onto the sofa to sleep. Fang Mengmeng did not call it anymore. It was already used to this. When Fang Mengmeng got into the car, she was carrying a big backpack and a white pet suit. This was bought when Demi was still young. However, Demi did not wear it much after buying it. It did not like to wear clothes, so Fang Mengmeng did not throw it away. She liked the suit very much. It was in the style of a polar bear, so she kept it. She did not expect it to come in handy today. Jing Tan also did not like to be tied down by those clothes. However, when he thought about the temperature outside and did not know how long he would have to stay outside in the afternoon, Jing Tan decided not to treat himself harshly. He let Fang Mengmeng put on the white clothes that looked very warm. There was also a hood on his head. After putting it on, Jing Tan looked at himself in the rearview mirror. The clothes looked a little silly. Fang Mengmeng even took a few photos. Fang Wenjie sat in the front passenger seat and laughed. It was still early. Lunch had not been long ago. They would not go straight to eat. Before that, they had to go to the bookstore. Fang Wenjie wanted to buy a few reference books. His mother had listed them for him. He could not refuse to buy them. Fang Mengmeng was not against going to the bookstore. Instead, she was looking forward to it. Children who did not need to buy reference books, and practice questions were good. The driver was sent away by Fang Wenjie. The bookstore was very close to the place where they had lunch. There was no need to keep the driver waiting. After lunch, Fang Wenjie would call the driver to pick them up. When Fang Wenjie and Fang Mengmeng entered the bookstore to read, Jing Tan would definitely follow them in. There were many people walking around in the bookstore. He did not know if there was a pet restriction. Jing Tan still had to stay in the backpack. Black charcoal, stay in the backpack when you are inside. Don't run around and bark. You will be beaten out with a mop, Fang Wenjie said as he carried the backpack. There was a heater in the bookstore, so it was warmer. There was a section in the bookstore about the college entrance examination. It was full of practice questions and practice papers. There were quite a lot of people, but most people were only paying attention to the reference books in their hands or looking for books on the bookshelves. They did not notice the cat's head in Fang Wenjie's backpack. A few people saw it, but they just looked at it curiously and did not pay it any more attention. Fang Wenjie quickly found 2 books. When he was looking for the third book, he had to squeeze in further. He was not polite. When he saw the book on the bookshelf, he forced the person in front of him to the side. The movement was too big. The book in the person's hand fell to the ground because of Fang Wenjie's push. After saying, sorry, without any sincerity, Fang Wenjie did not even look at the person and went straight to find the reference book. The person who had the book pushed out frowned and squatted down to pick it up. He was about to put it back when he looked up and saw the cat's head outside the backpack. The white polar bear pet's hat was on Jingtan's head. A white hat and a black cat's face. The person who was holding the book paused. His eyes were filled with doubt and uncertainty. Jingtan was looking around curiously. When he was at Tsinghua University, he had been to a small bookstore a few times, but he had no experience in a big bookstore like this. His curiosity was piqued, especially when he saw the few pretty girls not far away. Jingtan took a few more glances. It was not until Fang Wenjie made a big push that Jingtan retracted his gaze and looked at the unlucky guy. Jingtan was dumbfounded by what she saw. Chapter 313. Wasn't this the Zhong Yan who always squatted in the corner, carried bricks at the construction site behind his family's back in his third year of high school? Thinking back, this guy should be in his third year of college now. Jingtan really didn't expect to meet this guy in this place. Zhong Yan's eyes were filled with doubt. Even if he felt like it, Tsinghua City was so far away from Beijing, and he didn't know the guy with the bad attitude. Jingtan was still dressed like a white ball, so it was already hard to recognize him. Now, it was even harder to be sure. Zhong Yan actually didn't think this was the cat he knew, but this cat's expression was too familiar. Even if he hadn't seen it for more than 2 years, among all the cats Zhong Yan had seen, this one was the most special. Look, it's even waving its paws at me. Is it really that cat? Should I ask this guy? While Zhong Yan was hesitating, Fang Wenjie, who had already gotten the reference book, turned around and saw someone standing behind him, staring at his backpack. He stared at him and said, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a cat before?" Fang Wenjie turned around and was about to leave. After taking 2 steps, he heard a voice behind him, "Black charcoal?" Hearing this, Fang Wenjie stopped and turned around to look at the person who had just spoken. Is it really black charcoal? Zhong Yan's eyes lit up, and the annoyance from the book being pushed away dissipated. You know it? Fang Wenjie was puzzled, and raised his hand to point at the backpack behind him. Yes, but isn't it in Tsinghua City? Zhong Yan wondered if this cat had been sold to Beijing, but didn't they say that this cat had someone backing it when they were at the construction site? Hearing Zhong Yan say, Tsinghua City, Fang Wenjie lowered his guard a little, but he wasn't sure. He took out his phone and called Fang Mengmeng, asking her to come over. The bookstore was too big, and there were too many people, so it was easier to contact her by phone. However, even a Jiao family might not be able to recognize all the people Jingtan knew. Many of the people he met while walking around didn't even know the Jiao family, let alone Fang Mengmeng. The two Fangs could only determine if they were acquaintances through Jingtan's attitude. Fang Wenjie's plan this afternoon was to buy some books and then sleep in the bookstore. It was too cold outside and he didn't want to move. When it was time, he would go straight to the restaurant to eat. Now that he met Zhong Yan, he was bored and wanted to talk to him. He was curious how Zhong Yan knew the black cat. As for Fang Mengmeng, she left after coming over. She had found a few books that she was interested in and wanted to read them for a while. Fang Wenjie immediately rushed over and occupied 4 seats before the others sat down. He used his bag and books to occupy the empty seats. Zhong Yan came with his friends today. When he was a freshman, he worked part-time in a fast food restaurant and made 2 friends. They were from different schools. The person who came today was one of them. The other one had graduated this year. Zhong Yan's tutoring job was also introduced to him by this friend. In the morning, he would tutor a third-year student. In the afternoon, Zhong Yan and his friend, who was also a part-time tutor, would come here to look for tutoring books for third-year students. Many people said that the college entrance examination was not a fair platform and was full of regional discrimination. Zhong Yan didn't care. He had already passed the exam. Taking the tutoring books for third-year students was just to tutor another third-year student. There were also differences in the college entrance examination system in different provinces. The types of questions, policies, preferences, and so on all had to be studied. After 2 years of tutoring, he wasn't used to it in the first year. However, it was much better in the second year. Zhong Yan was never a rigid person. He knew how to be flexible and could solve the problem. His reputation was good and the parents were willing to give him money. Zhong Yan's classmate was originally chatting with a girl. When he saw the situation here, he came over and the three of them started chatting. One of them said, "It's tough. We have to tutor during the holidays." The other two nodded. "Yes. Every time we tutor, those students look at us as if we are their enemies." Zheng Tan listened to them talk. From their words, he knew that Zhong Yan didn't go home after coming to Beijing. He also earned his own tuition and living expenses. It seemed that his relationship with his family was still at a freezing point. No wonder he hadn't seen Zhong Yan in Chuhua for 2 years. Fang Wenjie was quite excited when he heard that Zhong Yan was a super dark horse during the college entrance examination. He directly flew from the ordinary level of the class to the top 3 of the school. He slapped some people's faces loudly. He felt that a creature like a dark horse was simply a beast that pretended to be pretentious and slapped people's faces. Even Zhong Yan was more pleasing to the eye. Although Zhong Yan didn't talk about his own matters, he would still meet his high school classmates in Beijing. Those who were close to Zhong Yan had more or less heard about it. Therefore, when his friend mentioned it, Fang Wenjie was excited. He couldn't stop the topic. As Fang Wenjie chatted, he pondered in his heart. His mother was currently looking for a tutor during the winter break. Instead of finding someone he didn't like, it would be better to just let Zhong Yan and the others go over. When he was bored, he would have someone to talk to. When he was chatting just now, Fang Wenjie felt that Zhong Yan and the others were quite interesting. They weren't like the tutors his mother hired before, who always had arrogant expressions like, "I'm a genius, my words are more correct than the reference answers in the reference books, you have to listen to whatever I say," and so on. Although those people rarely showed it on their faces, Fang Wenjie could see that they thought that way in their hearts. Fang Wenjie also raised his own thoughts. He wasn't joking. He was serious. "Forget about me. I can fool the servants. If you really want a tutor, you should find Zhong Yan. This guy is at least from Beijing University. Moreover, Zhong Yan doesn't go home during the new year. He has time," Zhong Yan's friend said. He could see that Fang Wenjie's family conditions were good. Although he would definitely make a lot of money if he took on this job, he also knew that the better the family conditions, the more the parents valued the school. Therefore, he could only politely decline to avoid being kicked out by the parents when the time came. "Don't go home. That's just right. Zhong Yan, you don't have to take on other tutoring jobs during the winter break. Don't worry, my mother is absolutely generous with the money." Fang Wenjie's words were not wrong. His mother was indeed very generous to tutors. In addition to the remuneration agreed upon at the signing of the contract, she also gave out red packets from time to time. The money in the red packets was definitely not much less than the remuneration in the contract. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Wenjie was very displeased with those tutors. How could they have the face to receive red packets when they didn't produce results? Therefore, Fang Wenjie had an excuse to find fault with those tutors. The last tutor was directly scolded away by him. After all, most intellectuals were thin-skinned. Zheng Tan felt that the people of the Fang family were very unreliable on the surface, but in fact, that was not the case. Fang Xiaokong was an excellent example. And as Fang Xiaokong's nephew, Zheng Tan did not think that Fang Wenjie was a stupid person. Take the matter of hiring a tutor as an example. Fang Wenjie did not impulsively send out the invitation. The so-called pleasing to the eye was naturally one of the reasons. Another reason was that when they were chatting just now, Fang Wenjie's seemingly casual and hot-headed complaints were mixed in with a few learning questions. These questions were all solved by Zhong Yan in a simple and straightforward way that was easier to understand, which made Fang Wenjie very satisfied. Fang Wenjie never felt that he was stupid. He felt that it was very difficult for him to understand the things that those senior tutors said before, Mainly because every time those people opened their mouths, they used a lot of professional jargon. If they said it bluntly, it would make them lose face. Would it kill them to be more vulgar? Was there really such a clear distinction between elegance and vulgarity? Fang Wenjie listened impatiently. Hey, bringing this cat out was really the right thing to do. Carrying such a heavy bag for so long was not in vain. Fang Wenjie was very happy. If this matter was solved, he would not have to live in darkness and oppression this winter break. Compared to Fang Wenjie's carefree heart, Zhong Yan's heart was much more complicated. What his friend could see, he could naturally also think of. He was still very confident in tutoring Fang Wenjie. He knew that this person was not stupid, just a little rebellious. If he took this job, he would not have to worry about tuition and living expenses next year. Under normal circumstances, he would not have such an opportunity. If he had not met the cat today and talked to Fang Wenjie, even if he was at Beijing University, he might not have been able to get into the tutor's good books. It could be seen from the disdain in Fang Wenjie's eyes when he talked about his previous tutor. Glancing at the black cat on the chair next to him, who was dressed like a polar bear and stretching its neck to look at something, Zhong Yan thought for a moment. It seemed that every time he met this cat, his luck was good. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Zhong Yan could finally understand the reason why the ancients put this as one of the 4 joys of life. This kind of feeling could only be deeply understood when one was really in that kind of situation. Even if this was the capital, Zhong Yan still missed home many times. When he occasionally heard the moonlight in the city, from more than 10 years ago, he would feel sad. Every time he called home, he was not very happy. He had not been home for 2 years, not even during the holidays. He just called to let them know that he was safe, and then continued to work, part-time, to earn tuition, and to study hard. He could not relax on either side. He had not officially stepped into society, but he already felt that his shoulders were heavy. It could be said that in the past 2 years of studying in Beijing, it was not easy. Classmates? Of course, he had met them. There were many schools in Beijing, and he often went out and met a few junior high or high school classmates, but their relationship was not very good. There were also 2 high school classmates who did not like Zhong Yan, the dark horse in the college entrance examination. When they met, they also mocked and ridiculed him, and then everyone went their separate ways. They were not old friends. Dark horse? Kind of. But even the biggest dark horse would become ordinary in Beijing, where there were so many talents. Everyone wanted to soar into the sky, but how many people could really do it? Zhong Yan once thought that he would be one of them after the college entrance examination, but after experiencing some reality blows, his confidence faded a lot. The world was very exciting, but also very helpless. How should one walk? After stumbling and falling, one still had to continue walking. If one could walk through this, there might be a better future. After staying in the bookstore for more than 2 hours, Jing Tan saw a few good-looking girls, 3 of which were of mixed blood, and a celebrity who wore a hat and scarf to cover half of her face. However, the celebrity quickly ran away when she was recognized. When the people in the store chased after her, she was already gone. Fang Wenjie looked at the time and called Fang Mengmeng back. He pulled Zhong Yan and his friends to eat together. The target restaurant was a building with a more retro architectural style, like an ancient restaurant. There were even big red lanterns hanging outside. When they walked to the door, someone came out of the parking lot. Little Jia. A shout made Fang Wenjie, who was running in, stop. He looked over and immediately smiled. Yo, brother Beast, when did you come back to Beijing? 2 days ago. I came here for some business. Qin Tao took out his phone that had been ringing. I'm here. Hurry up and order. I'm starving. Chapter 314. Zheng Tan was originally nestled in his backpack, but when he heard Qin Tao's voice, he poked his head out. He was still wondering why this guy was here when he heard the latter part of Qin Tao's sentence. No matter when or where, Qin Tao always had a funny look on his face. He couldn't take any medicine well. 2 minutes later, Qin Tao and Er Mao were laughing so hard at the entrance of the restaurant that they couldn't even straighten their backs. The people passing by the entrance looked at them as if they were crazy. No, it was the three of them. There was another person who came out with Er Mao. Zheng Tan didn't know him, but he seemed to have a good relationship with Er Mao and Qin Tao. No matter how thick-skinned Fang Wenjie was, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed when so many people stared at him strangely. His level was far below Er Mao and Qin Tao's. As for Fang Mengmeng, she had already taken a few steps back when Qin Tao started laughing. She separated herself from Fang Wenjie and looked elsewhere to show that she wasn't with these jokers. Zhong Yan and his friends were a little embarrassed. They didn't know how to react. Their skin hadn't been worn out yet. Qin Tao and Er Mao came to Beijing to attend a friend's wedding. They came here 2 days in advance for the gathering, but they didn't expect to meet Jing Tan and the others today. They also saw Jing Tan wrapped in a jacket that didn't match his style. "I say, Black Coal, how did you get yourself into this?" As Er Mao spoke, he reached out and tugged at the bear ears on the polar bear hat. With his other hand, he took a few photos to show to his wife and Lulu. And he would also buy some new clothes for Black Rice. Zheng Tan couldn't be bothered with these two, but he was puzzled. Er Mao was fine, but how did Qin Tao recognize him at a glance? As he was thinking, Qin Tao said in surprise, "Ah? This cat is really black charcoal?" Zheng Tan. He had overestimated this person's eyesight. Er Mao's text message paused. "If you didn't recognize it, then why were you laughing?" He laughed because he was used to the black cat's serious look. When he was in Chuhua City, he didn't see the cat wearing anything except a vest. Today, when he saw the cat's outfit, Er Mao couldn't help but laugh. It was like seeing a strong man wearing a doll's outfit. The contrast was too big. "I think this cat looks stupid. It's obviously black, but it's wearing white," Qin Tao said. Thinking that the cat in front of him was the black cat from Chuhua City, Qin Tao, who had just stopped, started to laugh again. Hearing from Fang Wenjie that Jing Tan had come to Beijing to film a documentary, Er Mao and Qin Tao were very surprised. At the same time, they also expressed that they would definitely support him when the time came and promote him. Not only Qin Tao and Er Mao, but Zhong Yan also heard it. He thought that when the film was released, he would go to the school and the surrounding school forums to promote it. The forums of these universities were quite popular. He believed that the effect would be good. The film hadn't been released yet, and Yang Yi and Xiaogua hadn't started promoting it, but the advertisement had already been released. Although documentaries rarely had the same celebrity effect as movies and television dramas, and there were also very few people who could be recognized by the audience. Most of them were unknown people. However, Yang Yi probably wouldn't have thought that Jing Tan's trip would bring about an advertising effect. Probably finally feeling embarrassed, the group walked into the restaurant. Er Mao wanted to ask Fang Wenjie not to book a separate room and ask him to join them. There were only 3 people in Er Mao's group today, but after thinking about it, he didn't do that. He guessed that if they were together, everyone's topics would be different. Qin Tao would definitely continue his topic of, a man's temperament is directly related to what kind of wife he marries, and Fang Wenjie would probably continue to complain about his menopausal class teacher. Therefore, it was better to separate. They could talk freely. That way, they could enjoy themselves to the fullest. When they walked into the restaurant and parted ways, Er Mao called Jing Tan over and said a few words. Jing Tan's anger from being mocked just now hadn't subsided. He didn't have a good look at Er Mao, but after hearing what Er Mao said, Jing Tan became serious, which was rare. Er Mao told Jing Tan that he had seen Ah Wu when he went out the day before. He had also heard some things about cats. If Er Mao hadn't mentioned it, Jing Tan would have almost forgotten about the cat trainer called Ah Wu. Probably because of the series of activities held in Beijing next year, the relevant departments accelerated the investigation of some criminal cases, as well as those potential threats. After Ah Wu came to Beijing, he was recruited through some channels to assist in the investigation and arrest. He didn't expect that those cats really did a lot of work. Ordinary people wouldn't think too deeply about a cat if they saw it in the daytime or at night. In the area of drug enforcement, firefighting, search and rescue, and so on, only dogs were well known. Who would think of cats? When he was caught, he didn't know what went wrong and exposed himself. Mao was just reminding him. He didn't think that Jing Tan would get involved in this. It was also a reminder. He didn't want Jing Tan to be tricked and used as a tool, especially by that Wu guy. This was not Chuhua City. There was no one to protect Jing Tan. If something happened, they might not be able to find help in time. After all, it was just a cat. It had no human rights and was not protected by the law. It would die in vain. If something really happened, the Jiao family would probably cry until they fainted in the toilet. Fang Mengmeng and Fang Wenjie definitely hadn't heard of this kind of thing. If he hadn't met Mao today, Jing Tan wouldn't have known. However, even if Jing Tan knew now, he didn't think that he would have anything to do with Wu and those people. Moreover, during these days in Beijing, he hadn't seen any familiar cats or other suspicious people. Of course, it could be that Jing Tan didn't pay attention to it. But thinking that in 2 or 3 days, someone would send Jing Tan back to Chuhua City. When he returned to Chuhua City, there would be many people to protect him. Thinking of this, Jing Tan was relieved. It had only been 2 or 3 days. He didn't have to be curious or meddle in other people's business. He just needed to eat, drink, and sleep. When Mao told Jing Tan about this, no one else heard it. The others didn't expect Mao to tell this to a cat, so they didn't ask much. Just as Mao expected, Fang Wenjie kept complaining about his class teacher in the private room. Then, he brought out the teachers of the other subjects one by one. Whether they were pleasing to the eye or not, he could always come up with a lot of reasons. If Mao and Qin Tao were here, Fang Wenjie might not have said all these things. This was because he wasn't sure if the two of them would turn around and tell on him to his father. Zhong Yan and his friends were listening at the side. Fang Mengmeng had long been used to Fang Wenjie's words. She ate at the side without changing her expression. At the same time, she added some food to Jing Tan's plate. When she was raising Demi, Fang Mengmeng had read a lot of professional books. She remembered which things could be eaten and which were best not to be fed. However, her father also said that this black cat was a little special and couldn't be judged by common sense. After hesitating, Fang Mengmeng followed her father's instructions and directly added food to his plate. Relationships could always improve by leaps and bounds at the dining table. After a meal, Fang Wenjie had become much more familiar with Zhong Yan and the others. Zhong Yan and Qin Tao also became more casual in their conversation. After the meal, the three of them exchanged contact information. Fang Wenjie said that he would get someone to send Zhong Yan and Qin Tao, but Zhong Yan refused. They could just take the bus. It was still early and there was a direct bus. Mao and the others were still eating inside. After eating, they would go out to have fun. Of course, they didn't dare to do anything too out of line. One was already married, one was about to get married, and Qin Tao was still in the process of turning over a new leaf. Before Fang Wenjie left, he went over to say hello. The three of them were drinking happily. They were probably talking about something inappropriate for minors. Fang Wenjie was pushed out of the door before he could say anything. The driver who picked up Fang Mengmeng and Fang Wenjie quickly came over after receiving a call. The night was very cold, but it was very warm in the car. Jing Tan leaned against the window and looked at the night view outside. Many places had billboards advertising a major competition that would be held next year. There was an endless stream of cars and all kinds of people. As the car drove by, Jing Tan didn't have time to look. Even if he saw a tall foreign beauty just now, he didn't have time to look at her for more than a few seconds. Probably because he had eaten too much tonight, his stomach and intestines were too active. The amount of blood in his head and limbs was reduced, and the blood supply to his brain was insufficient. Coupled with the warmth in the car, Jing Tan was drowsy. Next to him, Fang Wenjie had already fallen asleep. Fang Mengmeng was also yawning. At a red light, the car stopped. After yawning again, Jing Tan glanced outside. Huh. Zheng Tanzi stood up and leaned against the window to look out. 3 meters away from their car, there was a row of stone piers on the sidewalk. At this moment, a cat was squatting on one of the stone piers. It was a cat with a white body and a black tail. There were many cats with this color of fur in the world, but Jing Tan could still confirm at a glance that this was the cat that he had seen beside Ah Wu before. He remembered that it was called Longan or something. The car window was covered with a film, so the people outside couldn't see the figure in the car. Longan naturally couldn't see Jing Tan either. She remembered that there used to be 2 other cats around this cat, called Lotus Seed and Biyao. However, when Jing Tan leaned against the window and looked around carefully, looking for the figures of the other 2 cats, the car moved, and soon, Longan's figure could not be seen. The coolness of the car window made Jing Tan sober. According to the information revealed by Air Mao, Jing Tan guessed what Longan and the others were doing. Drug enforcement? Chasing after criminals? It was really possible. When they met in the past, the 3 of them were almost tamed, so it was reasonable for them to do something similar. Jing Tan himself had participated in similar operations. No matter what they were doing, Jing Tan felt that it had nothing to do with him. In 2 or 3 days, he would return to Chuhua. The matters in Beijing had nothing to do with him. Therefore, Jing Tan quickly put these matters to the back of his mind. The driver first sent Fang Wenjie home, then sent Fang Mengmeng and Jing Tan back. When they arrived at Fang Mengmeng's house, Jing Tan saw Dammy running outside. In front of Dammy, a pug wearing a small cotton-padded jacket was running around with its tail between its legs. After hearing the sound of the car, Dammy ran over and stopped chasing the pug. The pug barked a few more times, bluffing. When Dammy took 2 steps in that direction, the dog immediately ran away. When Dammy stopped, it continued barking. Dammy, you bullied it again. Fang Mengmeng picked up Dammy, who ran over. Jing Tan saw clearly that Dammy's paws were still holding the dog's fur. It seemed like Dammy was actually quite ferocious, just like its father. When it came to fighting, it was definitely good. Chapter 315. At the end of the year, Fang Xiaokong was especially busy. Although he was usually busy, he would take a day off every week to relax. Now, he had no time at all. Even when he called Fang Mengmeng, he was in a hurry. Fang Xiaokong arranged for someone to send Jing Tan back to Chuhua. The exact date was also confirmed. Because of some last-minute matters, it was pushed back by 2 days. However, it was only 2 days. Jing Tan could afford to wait. Jing Tan yawned on the sofa and looked at the date on the calendar. Fortunately, he could go back the day after tomorrow. For the past few days, Jing Tan had been holed up indoors, eating and sleeping. He did not go out. Firstly, it was too cold outside. Secondly, it was because of what Air Mao had said. Therefore, Jing Tan decided to laze around indoors to avoid any trouble. In the afternoon, Fang Mengmeng came home from school. After dinner, she informed her mother and went out. There was a model competition in her school. Recently, she had been discussing with 2 of her classmates. Fang Mengmeng's 2 classmates also lived in this villa area. It was convenient for them to form a group to discuss things. Demi followed Fang Mengmeng out. Every day, Demi would come back with a few short strands of dog fur in its paws. The pug that Jing Tan saw being chased by Demi that night was the target of Demi's bullying. Black charcoal, let's go out together. It's time to move around. Look, you've put on weight these few days. Fang Mengmeng looked at Jing Tan on the sofa and said before leaving. Fat? Really? Muscles? Jing Tan looked down and did not feel fat. However, compared to the days when he was filming the documentary, he did grow a little. It was mainly because filming the documentary was more tiring. After that, he followed the filming crew everywhere and lost some weight. After filming, he did not have to do anything at Fang Mengmeng's house. He only cared about eating and sleeping. The weight that he lost immediately grew back. However, it was true that he did not move much. After thinking for a while, Jing Tan decided to follow Fang Mengmeng and Dami out for a walk. He would treat it as a chance to digest his food. It should be fine to just walk around the villa area. He could also take a look at how the children were going to fix the models. This time, Jing Tan didn't wear the polar bear costume that had been mocked by Mao and Qin Tao. Anyway, he wasn't going to travel far. As long as he was nearby, he didn't want to wear that. Otherwise, he would be laughed at by others. After leaving the house, the difference in temperature between the outside and the outside made Jing Tan shiver. Looking at the rice beside him that was not affected at all, Jing Tan sighed in his heart. There was nothing he could do, he could not be envious. Compared to summer, the fur on Demi's body was much thicker in winter. It was already much stronger than other cats, but now it looked even stronger and stronger. It was no wonder that a few cats in this residential area ran away when they saw Demi. They were probably bullied before. Fang Mengmeng wrapped herself in a scarf and brought Jing Tan and Dami to her classmate's house. After walking for less than 5 minutes, they arrived at a European-style villa. Instead of pressing the doorbell, they stood below and shouted, "Chu Leia." When Jing Tan first heard this name, he thought that she was calling for someone to come out. Later, he found out that it was the name of a mixed-race girl who was one of Fang Mengmeng's classmates and model team members. After Fang Mengmeng shouted twice from below, Chu Leia came out with a small bag. Whose black cat is this?" Chu Leia asked Jing Tan, who was standing next to Fang Mengmeng and Dami. "My dad's friend's cat. My family's Dami's, elder." Fang Mengmeng heard Fang Xiaokong say the word elder when she was on the phone with Fang Xiaokong. Later on, when she introduced Jing Tan to others, Fang Mengmeng would add this phrase. "Elder?" Chu Leia walked and looked at Jing Tan curiously. "But it's not as tall as Dami." Jing Tan was speechless. He felt like he had been stabbed in the chest. "They're not related by blood. They're of different breeds. You can't compare them," Fang Mengmeng explained. "Oh, that's true." Chu Leia nodded and did not add insult to Jing Tan's injury. The two walked along the road for about 10 minutes and came to a villa. This time, Fang Mengmeng did not shout from below. Instead, she walked to the door with Chu Leia and pressed the doorbell. Woof 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 woof. As the doorbell rang, the dog inside barked. Jing Tan knew that it was the pug that was always bullied by Dami. Soon, the door was opened. A boy about the same age as Fang Mengmeng and Chu Leia opened the door with a biscuit in his mouth. This should be the other member of Fang Mengmeng's team, the boy named Ho Junyi. "I'm late." Ho Junyi opened the door. When he opened the door, his pug, Mao Do, was already in front of the door. When Dami came in, it immediately ran away and hid beside Ho Junyi, barking at Dami. The three of them were already used to the way the cat and dog interacted. Speaking of which, these two were childhood friends and had been fighting since they were young. Mao Do had also been bullied by Dami since it was young. Although Dami was always fierce to Mao Do, if Mao Do fought with other dogs or cats, Dami would definitely rush over to help Mao Do. "Monkey, your Mao Do really loses every battle and keeps on fighting," Fang Mengmeng said with a smile. Ho Junyi's nickname was Monkey. This surname had caused him a lot of trouble. His nickname was just one of the small problems. Hearing Fang Mengmeng's words, Ho Junyi snorted and did not comment. "Hey, there's a black cat!" Ho Junyi exclaimed when he saw Jing Tan. He only had 2 impressions of cats, the type that ran when they saw dogs and the type that fought when they saw dogs. Jing Tan was a special case that Ho Junyi had seen. He ignored Mao Do and did not fight with him. It was as if he was not interested in Mao Do at all. Fang Mengmeng once again briefly explained Jing Tan's background. Ho Junyi's house had a workshop specially arranged for him. Fang Mengmeng and the other two designed their works in this workshop. Jing Tan watched the 3 children make handmade models. Dami and Mao Do were already running around the house. Ho Junyi's parents did not say anything. They were already used to this. After the three of them were busy for an hour, they took a break. Ho Junyi's mother brought in a stack of desserts and some snacks. The three children chatted and talked about television dramas and their favorite celebrities. Ho Junyi was not at all interested in the celebrities that Fang Mengmeng and Chu Leia mentioned. He was not a fan of celebrities. Instead, he admired the big shots in engineering. His grandfather was from the Academy of Engineering, and his father was also a talent in this field. The things that he had been exposed to since he was young made him more interested in things in this field. As for chasing celebrities, what was there to chase? Zheng Tan pursed his lips. This kid was still young. Naturally, he did not know why certain female celebrities and actresses were so popular with men. As for the male celebrities that Fang Mengmeng and Chu Leia mentioned, Zheng Tan expressed that he was only interested in things like X photos. Because Ho Junyi's facial expression was too obvious, after Fang Mengmeng mentioned the names of a few idols, she asked Ho Junyi, "What's with that expression? Don't you like them?" "I don't like them," Ho Junyi said firmly. "Jealous men are the ugliest." Chu Leia sneered. Zheng Tan was speechless. Why did it sound so awkward when these words came out from the mouth of a little girl younger than little Pomelo? Ho Junyi's face turned red. "I'm not jealous. There's nothing to admire about them in the first place. Just like that Xiao next door. I don't like him." Xiao. Fang Mengmeng and Chu Leia looked at Ho Junyi at the same time. "Doesn't your neighbor own a company?" "No, how long ago was that?" "The house was transferred to that Xiao 3 years ago," Ho Junyi said. "What Xiao?" "Gongzi Xiao or something," Ho Junyi said after some thought. "Gongzi Xiao." Zheng Tan felt that the two girls' eyes began to light up when they heard Gongzi Xiao. Zheng Tan and Ho Junyi could not help but move back a little. Knowing that Gongzi Xiao lived next door and might be at home today, the two girls could not help but stand up immediately. They could talk about the model tomorrow. Gongzi Xiao was not that easy to bump into. Otherwise, they would have known that Gongzi Xiao lived next door to Ho Junyi for the past 3 years. The two girls scolded Ho Junyi for not being loyal enough. Gongzi Xiao had lived here for 3 years, and Ho Junyi only mentioned it now. Ho Junyi was also aggrieved. He did not like those celebrities. Besides, Gongzi Xiao was often not at home. He just happened to see him today when he went out to walk the dog. The two girls wanted to visit Gongzi Xiao. Ho Junyi, who was in a bad mood, was dragged along. Zheng Tan followed them. Speaking of Gongzi Xiao, Zheng Tan was quite familiar with this person. This person became popular in the past 2 years. Gongzi Xiao was the name of one of the characters this person played. Moreover, this person's name also had the word Xiao in it. Later on, he was called Gongzi Xiao by his fans. This person starred in a few good TV series, some in ancient times, some in modern times. When he was in the Jiao family, Zheng Tan and Jiao Ma watched this Gongzi Xiao's TV series together. From his past roles in TV series and the management and promotion of entertainment and public relations, many people felt that this Gongzi Xiao was a good-looking, good-natured, considerate, humorous, and handsome young man. It could be said that his fans ranged from 8-year-old girls to 80-year-old old ladies. In the popular ancient TV series that aired in the first half of this year, this Jiao Ma would sit on the sofa and wait for the TV after washing the dishes and sweeping the floor every night. Since the two children wanted to ask for autographs, Zheng Tan thought about asking for one when he had the chance. When he returned to Chuhua City, he would give it to Jiao Ma. Although Jiao Ma had passed the age of fanaticism, an autograph from a favorite celebrity would definitely make her happy for a long time. It was rare for him to come to Beijing, so this trip was not in vain. Actually, Zheng Tan felt that people like Fang Mengmeng only needed a word from her father to get an autograph or photo. But obviously, these children might not have realized this yet. When they went downstairs, Ho Junyi's father saw that the three of them were about to go out and asked, "Going out?" "Yes, going out for a while. I'll send them home later," Ho Junyi said. Ho Junyi's father nodded and did not say anything else. He only said, "Don't go too far at night." "I know." Ho Junyi really did not want to tell his parents about the embarrassing thing of asking for an autograph from an idol. Seeing that the young master was going out, Mao Dou immediately squeezed out before the door was tightly shut. Demi was also quick and was one step ahead of Mao Dou. 3 people, 2 cats, and a dog stood in front of Gongzi Zhao's house. Ho Junyi was pushed forward to press the doorbell. There was a room upstairs with a light on. There was someone in the house. After waiting for a minute, he did not hear any movement inside. He pressed the doorbell again, but still no one came to open the door. Ho Junyi turned around and was about to ask the 2 of them to give up, but when he saw the disappointment in their eyes, he braced himself and pressed the doorbell again. Just as Fang Mengmeng was about to give up, the door opened. The person who opened the door was a good-looking young man in his 20s. He was wearing a sweatshirt and there was a little sweat on his forehead. He looked like he had just finished exercising. Chapter 3:16. When Gong Zixiao saw the 3 children at the door, he was surprised. Knowing the purpose of their visit, Gong Zixiao called the 3 of them into the house. It was too cold outside, and the 3 children did not have any photos or posters with them. Looking at the stubborn looks of the 2 little girls, even if Gong Zixiao was impatient, he still put on a friendly face. However, when he saw a dog and 2 cats following him through the door, Gong Zixiao stopped in his tracks and frowned. "Well, Gong Zixiao, do you not like cats and dogs?" Fang Mengmeng asked carefully. Gong Zixiao's brows relaxed and he waved his hand. "No, I had a friend who brought a dog here before, but the dog was too naughty. In less than an hour, it destroyed my sofa, a few props, and a script. But, it's okay. Well, my Dammy is very obedient and will never cause trouble. I will take care of it and not let it cause you trouble," Fang Mengmeng quickly promised. "My Edu is the same." Ho Junyi called Edu, who was sniffing everywhere, to his side, afraid that it would cause trouble. Zheng Tan had been paying attention to this Gongzi Xiao. He had heard people say that an actor with superb acting skills would always have a temperament that was constantly changing. Due to the need to adapt to different roles, they were constantly competing with others in their daily life. Therefore, out of curiosity, Zheng Tan calmly observed this celebrity who was quite popular with women. Perhaps he did not expect to be scrutinized so closely by a cat. The gaze that Gong Zixiao had hidden from the 3 children earlier was caught by Zheng Tan. From an angle that the 3 children could not see, when Gong Zixiao saw Zheng Tan, Demi, and Mao Dou, there was a flash of hostility in his eyes. Zheng Tan was very sensitive to this, so he did not doubt his eyesight. It seemed that Gong Zixiao's temperament was not as kind as he appeared to be. He was just pretending in front of others. Zheng Tan curled his lips and spat in disdain. This person obviously did not like cats and dogs, but he was still looking for an excuse. It did not matter. Zheng Tan did not like this star. No matter how bad his personality was, it had nothing to do with him. He just did not know how many female fans would be sad if his true temperament was exposed one day. Usually, no one comes here, so there's only black tea and water. Of course, there's also wine, but you're still young, so you can't drink that. Gong Zixiao brewed 3 cups of black tea and handed it to the 3 of them. "That's fine, thank you," Chu Leia said. "Sorry to disturb you so late at night." Now that they had calmed down, Fang Mengmeng felt that it was a little rude. "It's okay. It's rare to meet 3 little fans like you." "I'm very happy," Gong Zixiao said with a smile. At the same time, he took out 3 photos from a drawer, signed them, and handed them over. As for Ho Junyi, he pushed the photo back and said seriously, "Thank you for your generosity, but I'm sorry, I'm not your crazy fan." Fang Mengmeng, Chu Leia, and Gongzi Xiao, this child was so straightforward that it made people want to beat him up. Zheng Tan noticed that the corner of Gong Zixiao's eyes twitched. Generally, many celebrities who made it big knew how to be patient. This was also one of the difficult aspects of being a celebrity. Even if they were wronged or angry, they had to endure it and try their best to show their best side in front of others. Therefore, Gong Zishao did not look embarrassed or angry at all. Although Hou Junyi was there to spoil the atmosphere, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the two little girls at all. When they found out that Gong Zishao was exercising in his room, he did not hear the doorbell. When he came out to drink water, he heard it and immediately went to open the door. The two little girls' resentment of waiting outside the door for so long dissipated. So you were exercising. I heard that actors have to maintain their figures. Do you really have 8-pack abs? Do you really know how to fly a fighter jet? Do you really not use a stunt double for your action scenes? Gong Zishao did not show any impatience with the series of questions. He answered them one by one with a gentle look on his face. The pursuit of fans brought a lot of trouble to celebrities. However, if there were no fans, the celebrity's fame would probably not be that great. So, was this the legendary pain and happiness? Hou Junyi looked at Fang Mengmeng and Chu Leia and shook his head. He really could not understand. The IQ of these two crazy fans had plummeted to negative numbers. How could they fly a fighter jet? *T. How could they believe what they saw on TV? By the way, Gong Zishao, I heard that your next film is about urban zombies. I've seen the style in it. It's so cool. Chu Leia said with a red face. The three of them were talking about the new film starring Gong Zishao that would be released during this winter break. Hou Junyi coughed, intending to make his presence known. Actually, the so-called vampires and zombies don't exist. They're all stories adapted from the fantasy of Porphyria. They suck blood and eat human flesh, and they're afraid of light. Wasn't there a film some time ago where a Porphyria patient hid human organs in his refrigerator? As he said that, he glanced at the refrigerator beside him. Fang Mengmeng, Chu Leia, and Gong Zishao were speechless. Zheng Tan noticed the corner of Gong Zishao's eyes twitching again. Gong Zishao was silent for a few seconds. Then, he smiled, got up, walked to the refrigerator, and opened the large double doors. I don't have those scary things here. There was not much in the refrigerator. There were only some fresh-looking fruits in the freezer. When Gong Zishao took out the fruits for the three of them, closed the refrigerator door, and turned around, Hou Junyi spoke again. Have you heard of the refrigerator philosophy? The trash bin and refrigerator can reflect a person's attitude towards life. The things stored in decorations can reveal a person's personality. So, according to my deduction, Gong Zishao doesn't cook by himself. Chu Leia immediately defended himself. Gong Zishao is so busy. It's understandable that he doesn't have time to cook. Besides, there's a good saying, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. It's a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. And it doesn't mean that he doesn't cook. It mainly means that he doesn't want to enter the kitchen because he can't bear to see someone kill. That's why my dad said that people who say such things are hypocritical and irresponsible hypocrites. They eat the meat in their bowl and complain that others are cruel. Fang Mengmeng, Chu Leia, and Gong Zishao were speechless. Anyone would think that he was scolding Gong Zishao for being hypocritical and irresponsible. Fang Mengmeng and Chu Leia wished they could go up and kick Hou Junyi. They really regretted bringing Hou Junyi along. They had embarrassed themselves in front of their idol. It was their first visit, and they had left a bad impression on him. Zheng Tan could almost see the group of troublesome children in the east courtyard. If Hou Junyi lived in the east courtyard, he believed that he would get along well with Zhao Yuan, Suan, and the others. Stubborn science guy. Chu Leia mumbled. You're wrong. I'm more inclined towards engineering. Science is different from engineering, Hou Junyi corrected her. Zheng Tan saw Gong Zishao looking down and rubbing his right thumb and index finger together. He had no idea what he was thinking. Perhaps Gong Zishao was unhappy with Hou Junyi's words. Looks like I'll have to learn how to cook in the future. Gong Zishao looked up and smiled at the three of them. Little Hou, you know a lot of things. You're also very observant. Zheng Tan did not know if he was overthinking, but he felt that Gong Zishao's last sentence had a deeper meaning. There was a heater in the house, but Jing Tan suddenly felt a little cold. Ho Junyi was quite proud of himself. He looked around and pointed at the floor-to-ceiling window not far away. Is that the dimmer glass? Yes, little Ho even knows about this. How surprising, Gong Zishao said in a casual tone. Jing Tan felt even colder. He was a little confused and felt that the atmosphere was not right. However, seeing that the three children were still the same, Jing Tan wondered if he was overthinking and being paranoid. He looked around and saw some items of different sizes on a display shelf not far away. He heard that they were all gifts from fans. There were dolls, crystal items, commemorative shirts, and so on. Jing Tan jumped onto the display shelf and saw a cat toy that looked like Huang's. He looked closer and saw a small note on it. It was a message from a fan. A photo of the display shelf had been published on the internet. It made the fans even more loyal to Gong Zishao. After all, it also showed how much their idol valued them. As he looked, Jing Tan heard Gong Zishao talking to Fang Mengmeng and the others about cats. He sounded quite professional. Because I don't spend much time at home all year round, I don't have any pets like cats or dogs. By the way, I saw a dragonly cat on the wall of my house yesterday, but it didn't eat the food I gave it. Oh, there's another one. I saw it when I went home last week. It had a white tail and a black cat, but it ran away when I got close, Gong Zishao said. Fang Mengmeng frowned. I've never seen such a cat around my house. I don't know whose it is. Maybe I can find it and make friends with Dammy, Pa. Before Fang Mengmeng could finish her sentence, she heard the sound of something shattering on the display rack. She was shocked and looked over. Only then did she realize that a crystal cup on the display rack had fallen to the ground and shattered. At that moment, there was only a black cat standing on the display rack. I'm really sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of Black Charcoal. I'm willing to compensate. Fang Mengmeng looked at Gong Zishao nervously. She was afraid that he would be angry at Jing Tan because of this. At the same time, she also asked Jing Tan to quickly get down from the display shelf. Ignoring Fang Mengmeng's words, Jing Tan felt a chill run down her spine. If the dragon Li and the cat with a white body and a black tail that Gong Zishao had mentioned were Lotus Seed and Longan, this Gong Zishao was very likely problematic. It wasn't an illusion just now. Jing Tan looked at Gong Zishao again. Before Jing Tan could think more, he heard Edamame's cry. The four of them were too focused on their conversation and didn't notice Edamame, who had slipped away from Ho Junyi's feet and wandered around. Hearing Edamame's cry, Jing Tan was keenly aware of the murderous aura that suddenly appeared on Gong Zishao's body. Dammy, who was originally obediently nestled next to Fang Mengmeng, was now staring at Gong Zishao. However, the three children didn't notice anything. When Edamame started to cry, Ho Junyi got up from the sofa and ran to the place where the sound came from. He was worried that Edamame would cause trouble in the house. This time, Dammy didn't join in the fun because of Edamame's cry. It stayed by Fang Mengmeng's feet and was very vigilant. Chapter 317. Fang Mengmeng and Chu Leia followed Ho Junyi in that direction. Demi followed closely beside Fang Mengmeng, Gong Zishao walked behind them, and Jing Tan was at the back. Jing Tan had a bad feeling about the conversation between Gong Zishao and Fang Mengmeng. He was so shocked that he accidentally knocked the crystal cup to the ground when he turned around. Before Jing Tan could figure out how to deal with it, Edamame started barking. In order to observe Gong Zishao better and prevent him from suddenly doing anything threatening, Jing Tan walked at the back and kept an eye on Gong Zishao. During their conversation, Gong Zishao had said that he was the only one in the house. Therefore, Gong Zishao was undoubtedly the most threatening person. What Jing Tan needed to do now was to keep an eye on this person. Fortunately, Gong Zishao did not seem to care about Jing Tan. He only paid attention to the three children running in front of him. When Jing Tan went over, he saw Edamame at the end of the corridor on the first floor. There was a tightly shut door at the end of the corridor. The door probably led to the workshop. Beside the door was a metal shelf placed in a corner. At that moment, edamame was roaring in front of the shelf. It seemed like there was something hidden under the shelf. From time to time, he would use his claws to scratch at the shelf. Zheng Tan had been paying attention to Gong Zixiao's expression. After seeing edamame's situation, Gong Zixiao's eyes flashed. He rubbed his right thumb and index finger together and then stuffed it into the pocket of his sports jacket. Seeing this, Zheng Tan's heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that there was an offensive weapon in his pocket. Edamame. Ho Junyi ran over and tried to pick edamame up. However, edamame was very persistent under the shelf. When Ho Junyi came over to pick him up, he struggled a few times and knocked against the shelf. "Aya! A rat!" Chu Leia exclaimed. A rat about 10 centimeters long came out from under the shelf. When Chu Leia screamed, it quickly ran past her feet and disappeared from the living room where they were sitting. Clearly, it had found another place to hide. What a busybody. Chu Leia patted her chest. She was scared out of her wits when the rat ran past her feet. As for Mao Dou, they all knew that Ho Junyi's Mao Dou liked to catch mice very much. He had caught 3 mice in a year, so Ho Junyi once boasted that his Mao Dou was as good as several cats in other houses. However, on the second day after Ho Junyi showed off, Demi caught 5 large rats and placed them in front of Ho Junyi's house, giving Ho Junyi's mother a shock. "So it's a rat." Fang Mengmeng was relieved and apologized to Gong Zixiao. She had originally said that she would take good care of the pets and not let them cause trouble, but in the end, such troublesome things happened one after another. "It's all right," Gong Zixiao said with a smile. He didn't take out his right hand from his pocket. "Hey, monkey, what are you still standing there for?" Fang Mengmeng urged. Ho Junyi stood beside the shelf with edamame in his arms, as if he had lost his mind. After hearing Fang Mengmeng's words, Ho Junyi's body trembled and he slowly turned around. Strangely, when Ho Junyi turned around with edamame in his arms, his face was a little pale, as if he was frightened. "What's wrong with you? Don't be afraid. Although edamame is a troublemaker, Gong Zixiao won't blame you. Look, black charcoal didn't even say anything when he broke something," Chu Leia comforted. Ho Junyi quickly glanced at Gong Zixiao, who was smiling, and opened his mouth to explain. He closed it again, hesitated, and then said, "I want to go home." Chu Leia looked at the watch on her wrist. Actually, it wasn't even 9 o'clock yet. They usually discussed models until 9:30 before going home. She wanted to stay with her idol a little longer, so it was rare that they bumped into each other. Gong Zixiao smiled. When he was chatting with the 2 girls, he already knew the 3 children's daily schedule. Moreover, they didn't tell their family that they were coming over. "It's 10 minutes to 9 o'clock. How about this? It's rare for you to come over, so I'll give you a signed DVD," Gong Zixiao said. Chu Leia and Fang Mengmeng's eyes lit up. "Is it the one that won an award this year? In high definition? Do you still have DVDs of previous movies? We can buy them." "I have money on me," Fang Mengmeng said. "If you don't have enough money, can I pay by card?" "No need. Just take it as a gift from me." "Oh, those are all upstairs. I'll take you upstairs to take a look." "Take whichever you like," Gong Zixiao said. "Okay." Seeing Fang Mengmeng and Chu Leia follow Gong Zixiao upstairs with faces full of anticipation, Ho Junyi hesitated for a moment. He put down edamame and quickly followed them. He was worried about his 2 companions. While going upstairs, Ho Junyi took out his cell phone from his pocket and was about to call home. However, when he took out his cell phone, he realized that there was no signal at all. Zheng Tan followed Gong Zixiao upstairs while waiting for Ho Junyi. Therefore, when Fang Mengmeng and Chu Leia walked into the room with DVDs and posters that Gong Zixiao mentioned, Zheng Tan did not go in. He waited for Ho Junyi in the corridor on the 2nd floor in front of the door. When Ho Junyi called Fang Mengmeng and Chu Leia's names and ran upstairs in a panic, Zheng Tan heard a bang. He turned around and saw that the door to the room that Fang Mengmeng and Chu Leia had just entered was closed. Gong Zixiao was standing at the door, watching Ho Junyi run upstairs. "You. What are you trying to do?" Ho Junyi said as he looked at the closed door. Gong Zixiao stood there with an indifferent expression on his face. He looked at Ho Junyi and said, "Can you tell me what you discovered just now, smart boy? Let us go home. If we can't go home by 9:30, you'll be in trouble." Ho Junyi said. This was the truth. Usually, if the three children were not home after 9:30, the parents of the three families would call each other to ask about it. Gong Zixiao's face turned cold. "So, little boy, you'd better be obedient." Gong Zixiao walked towards Ho Junyi. He did not expect the three children to come over today, and they kept pressing the doorbell. Before he opened the door, he saw the three people outside through the camera and the anti-theft eye. As for the three pets, perhaps it was because of the angle, he did not notice them until he opened the door. He always thought that children were easy to fool. He just needed to prevent the dog from discovering anything. However, he did not expect the kid with the surname Ho to know so much. It seemed that the kid had discovered something. Sometimes, the more you know, the more dangerous it is. Seeing Gong Zixiao walking towards him, Ho Junyi threw the phone in his hand at him. He did not even check if it hit the target. He turned around and ran downstairs. Mao Dou, who did not know what happened, followed Ho Junyi downstairs. Gong Zixiao dodged the phone that was thrown at him and chased after him. Zheng Tan put his ear to the door and listened carefully to the movements of Fang Mengmeng and Mao Dou, who were locked in the room. They seemed to be quite energetic, so they should be safe for the time being. He also ran downstairs. He did not know what Ho Junyi had discovered that made Gong Zixiao expose himself. When Gong Zixiao first entered the door, he showed hesitation and frowned as if he was in a difficult situation. It was probably an act for the three children to see, so that they would take the initiative to protect the three pets. Why did this person not want to see the dog and the cat? Was he afraid that something that should not be exposed would be discovered by the pets with a sensitive sense of smell? Fang Mengmeng and Mao Dou, who were locked in the room, also realized that something was wrong. The door could not be opened, and the only tall window was tightly shut. The glass was too hard to break. They did not know what material it was made of. The originally transparent window seemed to be separated by a thick layer of fog. This was the light-adjusting glass that Ho Junyi had mentioned before. It could be made transparent and could also be used to block vision. What drove them crazy was that all the lights in the room had been turned off. Fang Mengmeng wanted to try the method that her father had taught her to use the light switch to send an SOS signal for help. Now, it seemed that it was not necessary. Their bags were still in the living room on the first floor. They did not bring their mobile phones with them. The only thing they could use was the key ring that Fang Mengmeng always carried with her. There was a mini flashlight that was the size of a pen cap on it. Using this to send an SOS signal? It seemed a little difficult, and the effect would definitely not be good. Seeing that the window could not be broken, Fang Mengmeng decided to change her strategy. After looking around with the mini flashlight, she set her eyes on the louvered vent on the wall. However, this vent seemed to be too small. Even if they smashed the vent open, they might not be able to squeeze in. They also did not know where this vent led to. After all, they were only two children. Although they were very scared and could not think of any good ideas at the moment, it was still much better than other children who only knew how to cry. Chu Leia followed Fang Mengmeng and smashed the vent with something as she screamed for help. However, the people outside the house might not be able to hear their screams. The soundproofing was very good, to begin with. In addition, there was a world-famous song playing outside the house. Although the sound was not loud, it was just enough to cover the soft cries coming from inside the house. On the other side, Ho Junyi, who had run downstairs, wanted to quickly call for help to save his two companions. However, when he went downstairs, he realized that both the windows and the door could not be opened. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows were all tightly shut and blurred, isolating the house from the outside world. Ho Junyi ran towards the living room, hoping to find something that could help. However, he was too scared. In his hurry, he did not notice that there was another person who was running from the door to the living room. He staggered and fell. When he looked back, he saw that Gong Zixiao, who was holding a golf club, was less than 3 meters away from him. His pupils constricted, and his smart mind went blank. If Gong Zixiao took 2 more steps forward, he would be able to catch the kid who was causing him trouble. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt someone grabbing his clothes from behind and flinging him to the side. It was too sudden. Gong Zixiao did not expect anyone to be behind him. All his attention was on Ho Junyi and the dog beside him, so he did not take any precautions against the person behind him. Bang! Chapter 318. After kicking Gong Zixiao to the ground, Jing Tan kicked him twice more, making him unable to stand up. Then, he stepped on his face, jumped to the side, and kicked the golf club that had been separated from Gong Zixiao's hand towards Ho Junyi. When edamame saw Jing Tan kicking Gong Zixiao, it rushed up and bit Gong Zixiao's leg. Of course, compared to Niu Zhuangzhuang, edamame was considered gentle. It was not as bloody as the time when Niu Zhuangzhuang bit the thief. After the bite, the dog was probably not used to biting people. Then, it turned to gnaw on Gong Zixiao's trousers and shoes. Finally, it found some feeling and started to bite more vigorously. After Jing Tan jumped to the side, he saw that Ho Junyi was still in a daze. There was no reaction at all, and Ho Junyi was staring straight at Jing Tan. Jing Tan immediately glared. F***ck, is this kid scared silly? I already kicked him down and kicked the golf club to you. Why don't you pick up the golf club and hit the enemy? Don't you know what it means to take advantage of your weakness to take your life? You haven't fought before, right? Jing Tan would never have thought that when he kicked Gong Zixiao, what appeared in Ho Junyi's mind was not confusion, nor was it saved, nor was it because he was scared silly as Jing Tan thought. Instead, it was a diagram of the breakdown of force. Moreover, according to Gong Zixiao's reaction and movements, it estimated the approximate amount of force used by Jing Tan. It was precisely because of this that Ho Junyi was stunned. Because the result did not conform to common sense. How could a cat have so much strength? After calculating it once, it recalculated it twice, and the result was the same all 3 times. Unbelievable, dumbfounded. Little Ho Junyi's mind was currently running like a herd of alpacas. If Jing Tan knew what Ho Junyi was thinking, he would definitely run up and give him a few kicks. F***ck, at such a tense moment, this kid actually had the time to do a physical and mechanical analysis. Did he learn to be stupid? However, Ho Junyi soon came to his senses after hearing edamame's roar. He looked at Gong Zixiao, who was struggling to stand up, and picked up the golf club with trembling hands. When Gong Zixiao looked at him with red eyes, Ho Junyi gritted his teeth and swung the club. Bang! The big star was hit on the head, and tragically fainted. Seeing this, Ho Junyi was very scared. He was afraid that he would knock someone to death. After waiting for a while and seeing that the person lying on the ground did not respond, he trembled and moved closer. He put his finger on Gong Zixiao's wrist to feel her pulse and then let out a long sigh. Luckily, he was only fainted, and no one died. This should be counted as his self-defense, right? Edamame was still biting Gong Zixiao's trousers, shaking its head and tearing it apart. It made a low whining sound in response to Gong Zixiao's kicks. But now, even if it bit his pants, it wouldn't have any attack power. No matter how hard he tried, no one would kick him. Gong Zixiao's coma temporarily eased the atmosphere, and Ho Junyi's tense nerves relaxed a little. However, when he thought of what he had seen and guessed at the end of the corridor on the first floor, he was worried. He really wanted to leave this place. Jing Tan ignored Ho Junyi's conflicted emotions. After Ho Junyi knocked Gong Zixiao out, he nodded with satisfaction. Then, he jumped up and stepped on Gong Zixiao's face, which attracted countless girls and women. Seeing that there was no reaction and that Gong Zixiao had really fainted, he moved closer and reached his hand into Gong Zixiao's pocket. He was very curious about what was in Gong Zixiao's pocket and why his hand was always in there. Now that he took it out, he found that it was a small remote control. Could it be a button that controlled some functions in this house? For example, windows, doors, and so on. Many rich people's houses started to be smart. When Zheng Tan was still a human, he had seen some people's houses using smart design. Gong Zixiao's house was probably similar, right? The remote control was full of characters and some patterns. Zheng Tan could not understand them. He pressed it twice and did not find anything unusual, so he ignored it. Ho Junyi, who was panting and trembling, saw the remote control. His eyes lit up and he picked it up with his free hand. Zheng Tan planned to go up to the second floor to check on Fang Mengmeng and the rest. He stopped in his tracks and moved his ears, carefully distinguishing some sounds. Then, he ran to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and listened carefully. He confirmed that it was Demi's cry. The cry was different from usual. Many people probably had not heard Demi cry out like that. However, Zheng Tan felt that it was familiar. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered that Demi's cry was similar to the way Black Rice used to summon cats. Although the cry did not sound exactly the same, Zheng Tan felt that it was very similar. Perhaps this was an ability that was inherited from the mother. Others could not learn it, but Demi did not need to learn it. It was like cheating. The natural world was full of strange things. There were many things that made people envious and jealous. At the same time, Zheng Tan had to sigh again. This family's genes were really F***king awesome. While Zheng Tan was thinking, the other residents near this house who had cats and could hear the cats cry began to have abnormal reactions. They cried out and wanted to run out. In Fang Mengmeng's room on the second floor, the two of them worked together to smash the louvered vent and let Demi escape through the vent. Fang Mengmeng even took off the bow on her head and let Demi carry it to find help. She had seen this on TV before. But in fact, the other end of the vent was blocked by something. Demi could not get out at all. However, if it cried out here, it could be heard loudly from outside. It would not be covered by the music that was playing. As it cried out, it created an effect that Fang Mengmeng did not expect. Zheng Tan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and thought for a while. Then, he planned to go back to the second floor. At this time, Ho Junyi fiddled with the remote control and figured out something. After pressing a few buttons, the originally blurry floor-to-ceiling window suddenly became transparent. There was only some water vapor attached to it. Zheng Tan wiped it and found that on the other side of the glass window, there were a few cats. There was Lotus Seed, Longan, and the forest cat that he had not seen for a long time. It seemed that they had been trained by Ah Wu. Since they could hear Demi's cry, it was obvious that they were not far from here. This also proved that there was something wrong with Gong Zixiao, and it was not a small problem. In addition to these familiar-looking cats, there were also cats from nearby households. Most of them seemed to be expensive cat breeds, and they even had cat tags on them. Regardless of whether they were ordinary or expensive cats, they were all howling and wandering around the house at the moment. With such an abnormal phenomenon and movement, it was believed that the people nearby would come over. Zheng Tan had already seen Ho Junyi's father running over. Originally, Ho Junyi's father was smoking outside the door and waiting for Ho Junyi. He did not expect to hear Demi's cry. Although the sounds sounded different from usual, they were familiar with Demi and could associate it with Demi. Moreover, the sound came from the house next door. The two houses were about 10 meters apart. Ho Junyi's father walked over and looked into the yard. He found several cats in the yard and other cats that he knew lived in the nearby residents' houses. It was a very strange phenomenon. Ho Junyi's father pressed the doorbell and found that no one opened the door. He realized that something was wrong and called Ho Junyi, but there was no response. Therefore, Ho Junyi's father contacted the parents of the other two families. When he found out that none of the three children had been seen, he directly called the police. The security in charge of this residential area also rushed over. Although Ho Junyi used the remote control to make the dimmer glass transparent, he could not find the correct button and solution for the door of the room upstairs. Perhaps there were other input instructions. He scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously for a while. After hearing the knocking on the glass window, he looked up and saw the people outside the glass window. Ho Junyi, who had been nervous, almost burst into tears. He kept patting the floor-to-ceiling window. Through a layer of glass, Ho Junyi's father was quite worried after seeing his son's appearance. Without waiting for the police and security to come, he ran home to get the tools. Zheng Tan did not know what tools Ho Junyi's father was holding. He just followed Ho Junyi back and found shelter. Then, the next moment, he saw that the floor-to-ceiling window was all broken. It did not explode everywhere, only falling in the area of the floor-to-ceiling window. By the time the police and security rushed over, Ho Junyi's father had already used the tools to cut open the door on the second floor. Looking at Ho Junyi's father, who was wearing work clothes and gloves and holding a set of tools, Zheng Tan thought that these people were too tough. When Fang Mengmeng and Chu Leia came out, other than being a little surprised, they were in good health. They only had some scratches on their hands, which were not serious injuries. The parents accompanied and comforted them. After all, they were still children. After experiencing such things, they did not know if it would leave a psychological shadow. The parents were thinking about how to get rid of the negative emotions that might affect the children. Zheng Tan looked around. Lotus Seed and Longan had disappeared. Ah Wu was probably nearby. Now that there were more people here, it called them back. The police and security did not think that these cats would be of any use. They watched them leave and did not stop them. The people who lived in this area were either rich or powerful. After such a big incident, the police would definitely be very busy. Who would pay attention to those cats? When the police car arrived, it made a lot of noise. The unconscious Gong Zixiao was taken away. In addition, Zheng Tan saw the police carry out a long object wrapped in a black bag. Zheng Tan sniffed it and smelled a faint smell of blood in the wind. The three children were accompanied by their parents and did not see the situation over there. This was good. Otherwise, they would probably be even more traumatized if they saw it. Chapter 319. If the key to this incident was Zheng Tan taking the lead by surprise and kicking Gong Zixiao out, then Demi's actions directly sped up the end of the crisis. Without Demi's howl, it would not have caused such a big commotion, and the people around might not have been able to react so quickly. Fang Mengmeng hugged Demi and sat next to her mother. Zheng Tan did not go over. He was worried. At that time, he was only focused on getting rid of Gong Zixiao, so he did not have time to hide. Now that he thought about it, Zheng Tan realized that Ho Junyi looked at him suspiciously. After coming out of the house, Ho Junyi calmed down and told a police officer about the whole incident. He even glanced at Zheng Tan a few times. Other than the police officers who were handling the case outside, the three children and their parents were temporarily staying at Ho Junyi's house. Why was Ho Junyi the one telling the story? Because among the three children, he was the first to calm down. Ho Junyi was accompanied by his father and told them about the incident. Fang Mengmeng and Chu Leia were resting in another room, so they could not hear what Ho Junyi said. Zheng Tan was still worried. He moved closer and hid behind a cabinet to eavesdrop on their conversation. At that time, Mao Dou found the mouse. I went over to pull it back, but it bumped into the shelf. I saw blood stains on the wall behind the shelf. It wasn't much, but the color didn't look like it was from a long time ago. It was relatively new. Moreover, the color and traces on the wall showed that it used to be a shorter and wider object. The shelf was moved over later, and it was just enough to block the blood stains on the wall. I also smelled something like bleach. There was no signal on the phone. Ho Junyi spoke intermittently, but the rules were still clear. His voice also trembled a little. His father patted him on the back, which comforted Ho Junyi's emotions that had started to fluctuate again because of his narration. However, when Ho Junyi was telling the story, both the police officer and Ho Junyi's father, who was accompanying him, twitched their faces a few times. The former felt that the child knew too much and was very observant. Moreover, he was able to notice things that many adults might not notice. He was not like a child at all. The latter, on the other hand, felt that while their child had the halo of a genius on his head, there was also a retard stamp on his head. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, Ho Junyi was a retard. It was true that he had a higher IQ than others and knew more things. However, when it came to dealing with people, he could be said to be childish. Sometimes, his words could drive people crazy. Father Ho had received more than one phone call from the school teachers complaining. Ho Junyi's narration was quite detailed, from the moment he entered young Master Zhao's house to the moment he left. Mr. Ho saw a very serious problem from his narration. Although he had always thought that it would be better when the child grew up, he had to solve this problem now. Otherwise, he was afraid that something similar would go wrong in the future. However, there were some details that were left out. No matter how the police officer and Father Ho asked, Ho Junyi refused to say anything. For example, the part where Zheng Tan kicked Gong Zixiao. Zheng Tan eavesdropped anxiously and found that Ho Junyi didn't sell him out. Only then did he feel relieved. Before, he didn't find this kid pleasing to the eye, but now he found that this kid was still okay. Dad, did I do something wrong? Ho Junyi looked like he was about to cry. He wasn't stupid. After thinking about it, he realized that many times, it was his fault that Fang Mengmeng and Chu Lea were in danger. Seeing Ho Junyi's expression, Father Ho didn't ask any more questions. He waved at the police officer, indicating that he could leave. Then, he began to comfort Ho Junyi. After all, he was only a child. You couldn't expect him to take care of everything. As for those problems, Father Ho decided to take it slow and solve the problem at hand first. Fang Xiaokong arrived early the next morning. When he received the call, he was busy in another province. After learning about it, he bought the earliest flight and flew over. Zheng Tan saw that he was really angry this time. Since the incident, no one had come to look for Zheng Tan. However, this might only be temporary. It was also because Ho Junyi hadn't sold Zheng Tan out. Zheng Tan kept thinking about Mao's words. Wu was around last night, so he should be able to find him. Although Ho Junyi didn't tell Zheng Tan out, Gong Zixiao was still there and his injuries were still there. If they really wanted to pursue the matter, they might be able to link it to Zheng Tan. However, after getting a guarantee from Fang Xiaokong, Zheng Tan was relieved. The matter here was handed over to Fang Xiaokong. In order to avoid some other problems, Fang Xiaokong decided to let Tong Qingdi send Zheng Tan back to Chuhua City the day before. This was also what Zheng Tan was willing to do. He always felt uneasy staying here. He was afraid that he would be dragged to join Wu's team. Before leaving, Zheng Tan heard Fang Xiaokong talking to someone about this matter. It turned out that the person Lotus Seed and Longan were following was not Gong Zixiao, but the person who was killed by Gong Zixiao. Of course, Gong Zixiao was also involved. According to the conversation, Gong Zixiao was involved in a lot of things, including prostitution, gambling, and drugs. He even had a murder case. He probably received some news and knew that the higher-ups were investigating something. After returning to his residence, he observed for 2 days. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to give up the things he earned. After the suspect went to find Gong Zixiao, the two had an argument. The former directly suffered a tragedy. As for Gong Zixiao, someone tipped him off. When he found that the situation was not right, he was ready to pack up and leave. He didn't expect to receive an unexpected guest when he was busy packing up and leaving. In order not to give himself away, Gong Zixiao disguised himself very well. However, he didn't expect that the boy surnamed Ho to know so much. Moreover, he clearly didn't know how to observe people's expressions, but he could find problems that others didn't notice. He said that he really didn't want to kill. He just wanted to lock up the 3 children first and wait for him to escape, the person who spoke to Fang Xiaokong said. But he didn't guarantee that there wouldn't be other dangers to their lives, such as hunger, thirst, or mental stress. Those are only children. Moreover, when people act impulsively, anything is possible. Maybe one of the children will become a hostage or something else unexpected, Fang Xiaokong said as he smoked. He was telling the person in front of him that he was going to investigate this matter. There were also a few people involved, as well as the person who tipped off Gong Zixiao. None of them would be able to escape. I know what you mean. The person finished speaking and left. Fang Xiaokong knocked on the table with one hand, took a puff of his cigarette, and put it out in the ashtray. He took his coat and walked out. Black Charcoal, I owe you a favor this time. Fang Xiaokong's heart was clear. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in a hurry to send Jingtan away. Temporarily avoiding this matter was also a form of protection for Jingtan. Jingtan jumped into the car. He had already packed everything and was waiting for Tong Qing to come. Just now, Tong Qing was called over by Fang Xiaokong to give him some instructions. After a while, Tong Qing came back. He opened the car door and was about to get in when he heard a voice behind him. Wait a minute. Jingtan looked over and saw Ho Junyi running over with a small suitcase in his hand. Ho Junyi's complexion was not bad. His family must have counseled him. But, why is this kid carrying a suitcase over? Ho Junyi's forehead was covered in sweat from running. After he came over, he folded the drawbar and rollers on the suitcase and put it away. Now, it looked like a suitcase. The suitcase was a little heavy, and Ho Junyi had a hard time carrying it. Tong Qing helped him carry it and then looked at Ho Junyi in confusion. Ho Junyi pointed at the suitcase, then looked at Jingtan and said, "Thank you. It's just a thank you gift." When Ho Junyi looked at the suitcase, he was still reluctant to part with it. It was obvious that this kid treasured the suitcase a lot, but Jingtan did not know how to reject it and could not say anything. Without waiting for Jingtan to reject it, and Tong Qing did not know what to say, Ho Junyi had already run back home. When Ho Junyi returned home, his parents were there. Because of what had just happened, they had taken leave to accompany and comfort the children. The 3 children had taken leave and did not go to school. "What did you go out for?" Father Ho asked. He saw Ho Junyi carrying his small treasure chest out, but now he came back empty-handed. "Sending a thank you gift." Ho Junyi changed his shoes and answered. "You gave that to Fang Mengmeng? Would a girl like that?" In Father Ho's heart, the key was to me. If he wanted to thank someone, he would naturally thank Fang Mengmeng. "Oh. What?" Ho Junyi was puzzled. "Your treasure chest. Didn't you go to Fang Mengmeng's house and give her the suitcase?" Father Ho was puzzled. Did he guess wrongly? No, it wasn't Fang Mengmeng. "Dad, you said yesterday that a life-saving grace should be repaid with a spring. At the very least, I should thank her generously. So I gave the suitcase to Black Charcoal." "Black Charcoal?" Father Ho's face froze. "If I didn't understand wrongly, that was a cat. You gave your precious suitcase to a cat?" Ho Junyi looked at his father with a puzzled expression. He felt that he had explained it clearly enough. Why was he still asking? "Son, I think we should have a good talk." Father Ho rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. "Thank her generously." In Ho Junyi's heart, that treasure chest was indeed very valuable. Many things could not be easily bought outside. In fact, it was really expensive. However, those things were not the only ones. If he really wanted to get more, Father Ho could help Ho Junyi get them. He was just worried about how to adjust Ho Junyi's thinking and way of thinking to a normal level. At that moment, in the car heading to Chuhua City, Tong Qing was still driving silently. Jingtan was looking through the suitcase that Ho Junyi gave him in the back seat. "Thank you gift?" Jingtan knew that Ho Junyi was thanking him for his help at a critical moment. However, it was the first time Jingtan had met someone who gave him a toolbox as a thank you gift. The suitcase had a password lock. The password had been unlocked long ago and could be reset. However, what made Jingtan even happier was the things in the suitcase. Although Jingtan had not seen many of them and did not understand what they were for, he knew a few of them. Jingtan took a metal square that looked like a bank card. He folded it twice and turned it into a knife. When he folded it back, it returned to the size of a card. These were all good things. Jingtan was overjoyed. Chapter 320. Back in Chuhua City, Jingtan felt much more comfortable. He slept soundly, probably because he was less stressed. Ho Junyi's treasure chest, Jingtan, was under little Pomelo's bed. The room was too small, so there wasn't much space to put it, so he had to put it under the bed. 2 days after returning to Chuhua City, Jingtan secretly turned on his computer and surfed the internet when no one was home. He looked up news about Gong Zixiao and found that there weren't many reports about this person recently. There were only 2 entertainment programs that originally invited Gong Zixiao, but later changed the host, which caused dissatisfaction among Gong Zixiao's fans. However, it seemed that there weren't many real reports about Gong Zixiao yet. Most people probably didn't know that Gong Zixiao had been taken away by the police. Moreover, Jingtan speculated that Gong Zixiao's acting career would probably come to an end. In addition to surfing the internet, Jingtan also paid attention to the newspapers that the Jiao family subscribed to. Although there weren't any specialized entertainment newspapers, some of the current affairs newspapers had 1 or 2 pages of entertainment news. Jingtan also paid attention to the news over there. However, Jingtan was only free for 2 days before he was kidnapped to the pet center by Xiaogua. Looking at Xiaogua's dark circles, Jingtan didn't get angry at Xiaogua's kidnapping this time. It wasn't easy. Previously, Jingtan had been away for a month to shoot a documentary, and 2 cats had been borrowed from the pet center to shoot a movie. When the pet center was shooting the Christmas special, they found that not only was Zhang Ziyan absent, but even the 2 important supporting roles were also absent. The effect was definitely much worse. Many people had already complained on the internet, and there were all kinds of speculations. However, because they had signed a confidentiality agreement, the people in the pet center couldn't tell the truth before they got permission from the film crew. Therefore, the gossip became more and more intense. Some people even came to the pet center to find Xiaogua. Mr. Gua hadn't slept well for a long time. Because of this, when he knew that Jingtan was back, he immediately rushed over. This was the result that the Jiao Pa had concealed for 2 days. Otherwise, Xiaogua would have kidnapped Jingtan the day he came back to clear the rumors. Fortunately, a few days before shooting the New Year special, the cats in the movie were almost ready. Xiaogua took them over to shoot with him. This way, those who wanted to see the world burn could shut their mouths. In addition to shooting the New Year special in the pet center, Jingtan had something on his mind. The bag of diamonds was hot. He was just a cat now. What did he need these diamonds for? Although it was worth a lot of money, to Jingtan, it was a hot potato that could not be taken out in public. Giving it away would only bring trouble to others. Therefore, Jingtan was thinking about when to return the bag of diamonds. Anyway, the Jiao family's living conditions were not bad. Jingtan's salary had increased because of the documentary and the New Year special in the pet center. As long as it was enough, Jingtan would not be able to use it. Keeping the diamonds would make him feel uncomfortable. After making the decision, Jingtan thought about how to get the diamonds to Tang Mo yesterday. Jingtan heard Xiaogua talking to Tang Mo on the phone. He knew that Tang Mo was living in a hotel. When Jingtan was away, Tang Mo also went abroad. He had just returned a few days ago. Jingtan also knew about the 5-star hotel that Xiaogua mentioned. It was not too far from Chuhua University. Jingtan could accept it. Xiaogua said on the phone that he would go over to discuss the cooperation with Tang Mo at around 7:00 on Friday night. This time, the New Year special would broadcast a jewelry advertisement of Tang Mo's company. As for the details, Xiaogua would go over to talk about it in detail. Tang Mo would return to the hotel around 6:00 on Friday night. On Saturday morning, he had to fly to the other side of the ocean. There was an urgent matter there, so time was tight. Friday, which was tomorrow. Since he knew the approximate time, Jingtan thought about how to return the diamonds. Should he throw them away together with the bag? Jingtan did not want to because the bag was stained with the cat fur that Jingtan had dropped. If he returned them just like that, Jingtan did not know if they would find out that he was the one who stole the diamonds. Just as she was thinking about it, Jingtan suddenly heard a sound. She turned to look and saw that it was the sound of a paper bag being blown against a tree trunk by the wind. Paper bag? Jingtan walked over. It was already night time, and there were not many people walking around. No one would notice Jing Tan in the bushes. It was the paper bag used by stalls at the school entrance. Jing Tan had seen similar ones before. This paper bag did not have any oil stains on it. It was obvious that it had not been used before. The first line on the paper bag read, "Domestic pizza." The second line read, "Wutaro sesame cake." Jing Tan stared at the word "Thai" for a long time. Was this King counterfeit? There was a sudden gust of wind today, and many plastic bags were blown away. This paper bag might have been blown here too. After walking towards the school gate for a while, Jing Tan found a few more paper bags that had not been used before. This confirmed Jing Tan's guess. Jing Tan found the cleanest paper bag that was not stained with water and took it to the old tile-roofed housing area. It was night time anyway. As long as Jing Tan was careful, no one would notice this two-legged cat running away. He took the paper bag back to the house in the old tile-roofed housing area where the diamonds and cell phones were hidden. He carefully poured the bag of diamonds in and looked to make sure that there was no cat hair left. He shook the paper bag with the diamonds so that the diamonds fell into a corner at the bottom of the paper bag. He folded the rest of the paper bag and carefully rolled it around the bottom corner to prevent the diamonds from easily piercing the paper bag and falling out. Finally, he folded the extra part of the paper bag into the crevice. After thinking about it, Jing Tan came out of the house and ran to the houses where the student clubs often held activities. There was a house with a window that was not closed. Jing Tan climbed in and looked around. He found a small piece of pencil that he had not used for a long time. He did not find anything else that he could use, so he climbed out of the house and returned to the place where the diamonds were placed. He bent his paw and held the pencil to write a few words on the paper bag. It was not easy for a cat to hold a pencil with its paw. Jing Tan had not written for a long time, so he could not bear to look at it after he finished writing. The next day, which was Friday, Jing Tan did not wait for dinner at home. He wore his vest and sneaked out with the diamonds. Night fell earlier in winter. It started to get dark at 6:00. When Jing Tan ran to the hotel through a few hidden paths, the sky was completely dark. Jing Tan did not know what time it was. He thought that if he did not meet anyone today, he would have to wait for the next time. Unexpectedly, Jing Tan's luck was pretty good today. When she arrived at the entrance of the hotel and hid behind a flower bed, she saw a car slowly stop in front of the hotel. Tang Yimo came out of the car with two people beside him. They were probably bodyguards or something. Seeing Tang Yimo walk towards the entrance, Jing Tan quickly took out the things in his vest and threw them at Tang Yimo. After throwing it away, Jing Tan quickly changed her hiding spot. She hid behind a pine tree and looked in that direction. Before the things Jing Tan threw could hit Tang Yimo, they were blocked by one of the people beside Tang Yimo. The things fell to the ground not far away from them. One of them stood guard beside Tang Yimo and looked around cautiously. The other person walked over to take a look at the things Tang Yimo threw at him. He poked a hole in the paper bag and saw a corner of it. The person's expression changed and he quickly brought it to Tang Yimo. "Boss, look." Tang Yimo took it. He did not need to look at the whole thing. He only needed to see a corner. Even though the lighting was not good, he could tell that this was probably what he had lost. Other than that, Tom took a closer look at the paper bag that could be considered to be of poor quality. The paper bag was folded, and the words Wutaro sesame cake could not be seen yet. However, the words on the bag were clearly written in crooked pencil. "Don't ask who I am. Please call me Red Scarf." Tang Yimo was speechless. Tang Yimo felt that since he came to Chuhua City, he had encountered many strange things. Jing Tan watched Tang Yimo walk into the hotel with the things before leaving. Before Tang Mo's bodyguard noticed him, Jing Tan had already left. The bodyguard who was ordered by Tang Yimo to look for the person who threw the things would never have thought that it was a cat who did it. In the next few days, Jing Tan paid attention to the surroundings of the school, especially the sesame cake seller. Previously, Jing Tan did not think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, he wondered if it would bring trouble to the sesame cake seller. After paying special attention, Jing Tan managed to find out some information about the person selling sesame seed cakes. He had always thought that the Tai in Wu Taro was a typographical error or someone who specialized in selling pirated sesame cakes. Later, when he overheard the peddler's gossip, he found out that the sesame cake seller was called Wu Tai. He was a laid-off worker with a slight limp. He was a good person and was quite honest. The peddlers and students who sold sesame cakes had a good impression of him. Sometimes, when someone gave him too much money, he would limp over to get the extra money back. He did not know how his leg was injured. When he walked, it was obvious that he was limping. It was said that the injury had been there for many years. It could not be cured, and there was no money to treat it. It was also said that Wu Tai's wife ran away with someone else, leaving behind 2 older children. With the meager subsistence allowance, he looked like he was in his 40s despite being in his 30s. Wu Tai learned how to make sesame cakes from others. He heard that the business around the university was good, so he reluctantly gathered some equipment and set up a stall to do business with the students. His skills were good, he was a good person, and the ingredients he used were solid. The business was good. Then, one day, Wu Tai suddenly disappeared. He disappeared for 2 days straight. Many students felt that it was a pity. It was rare to find a sesame cake that was to their liking. Jing Tan also wondered if Tang Mo was looking for trouble with Wu Tai. He wanted to ask around, but 2 days later, Wu Tai appeared at the school gate again. He was not injured and looked very energetic. It seemed that something good had happened to him. Since Wu Tai was fine, Jing Tan thought that there was nothing unusual on his side. He also went to the pet center and did not hear anything unusual. So he was relieved. When he walked back briskly, Jing Tan accidentally heard a conversation between 2 middle school students who had just returned from school. I heard that Gu Yuzi, who got first place in the midterm exam, knows someone from the underworld. No way. I heard that her boyfriend is from the underworld. Jing Tan wanted to eavesdrop more, but the 2 students had already gone far away on their bikes. Underworld? Boyfriend? Why didn't I know? What the hell happened when I was on a business trip in Beijing for a month? Chapter 321. It had been a while since Jing Tan last visited little Pomelo's school. After returning from Beijing, he had slept in for a few consecutive days. He hadn't accompanied little Pomelo and Jiao Ma out in the morning. Now that he thought about it, it had been more than a month since he last visited. More than a month was enough for many unexpected things to happen. As Jing Tan ran home, she pondered over the events of the past few days since she had returned from the capital. Something wasn't right. Little Pomelo didn't seem to be acting strangely these few days. After returning home, she spent most of her time doing exercises. After all, it was almost the end of the semester. It was understandable that she didn't have any abnormalities in her eating and sleeping schedule. If what the 2 junior high students had said was true, then Jiao Ma wouldn't have been completely unresponsive. However, Jing Tan had a nagging feeling in his heart. Jiao Ma might not know. After all, some rumors between students might not reach the ears of teachers. At night, Jing Tan deliberately observed little Pomelo, but he still didn't find anything unusual. Therefore, Jing Tan decided to wake up early the next morning and go out with Jiao Ma and little Pomelo. This year's winter seemed to be colder than usual. Jing Tan shivered after leaving the house, then jogged after little Pomelo and Jiao Ma. It didn't feel as cold when he jogged after them. Jiao Ma rode her scooter to school first, while little Pomelo met up with her classmates in the Western District courtyard. Then, the 3 of them rode to school together. The 3 girls wore hats, scarves, and thick gloves, but the cold didn't dampen their mood to chat. Jing Tan ran not far behind them, perking up his ears to eavesdrop on their conversation. At first, they were talking about a TV series. Jing Tan had watched a few episodes, but he didn't think it was very interesting. However, the male lead was very popular with the girls. When they were almost at school, Xia Xin thought for a moment and said to little Pomelo, "Pomelo, are we really not going to care about those rumors? I think the rumors are getting more and more ridiculous." Jing Tan was looking elsewhere, but after hearing Xia Xian's words, his ears perked up. He stopped looking around and stared at little Pomelo. Don't worry about it. Let them spread it. Little Pomelo's attitude was rather cold, as if she didn't care at all. This made Jingtan feel a lot better. It seemed that it was just a rumor. According to what Xia Xian and the others said, it seemed that someone was not convinced that little Pomelo was the top student in the midterm exam, so they spread some rumors. However, Jingtan glanced at little Pomelo. Unknowingly, the little girl from back then had become a young girl. She was good-looking, and most importantly, she was good at her studies. In high school, people with good grades were always particularly favored by the opposite sex. After pondering all the way to school, Jingtan watched as little Pomelo and the others parked their car and walked into the school building to sit down. Although little Pomelo asked Jingtan to go back quickly, as it was cold outside, Jingtan did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood on the wall near little Pomelo's class and watched for a while. He noticed that a few of the boys were looking at little Pomelo with a gaze that made him want to beat them up, but none of them were particularly close to little Pomelo. He could tell just by looking at little Pomelo's attitude. The glass windows were gradually blurred by the steam. Jingtan did not stay there and walked along the wall. He wanted to wait until class was over to see if the other classes were paying attention to this. Jingtan walked along the wall, past the school building area, past the cafeteria, and then to the field. At this time, there were not many people on the field. Especially now that the weather was cold and it was nearing the end of the semester, there were even fewer people running outside. There were not many students and teachers. As he walked, Jingtan's head was hit. It did not hurt, as it was thrown by something like a paper ball. After the paper ball hit Jingtan's head, it jumped to the ground, bringing with it the smell of fried buns. Looking in the direction where it was thrown, Jingtan saw a familiar person. Black charcoal? After the person saw Jingtan, she ran over with a bright smile. Then, she squatted at the foot of the wall and waved at Jingtan. Jingtan's eyes widened. Why was this girl here? Wasn't she still in primary school last month? Now she was in middle school. The person who came was little Jiao, who followed the blind old man, Master Kuan. However, Jingtan always thought that little Jiao was still in primary school. Because of her tragic experience, this child came to school late and should be behind little Pomelo by quite a bit. 2 months ago, she was still in primary school, but now she was wearing this middle school uniform and carrying a bag. Jumping down from the wall, Jingtan sat beside little Jiao and listened to the girl speak. The current little Nine looked much more cheerful. She had a short haircut that reached her shoulders and wore a pink butterfly hairpin on her head. She usually looked very obedient, but those who had seen her fight would know that this girl was very fierce. Jingtan had once met little Nine at the bridge. They had been walking for a while. Along the way, they had met a peddler with an evil voice. He didn't sell real things and wanted to cheat the children of their money. However, when little Nine pulled a long face, the peddler didn't even dare to look into little Nine's eyes. Perhaps because of her past experience, little Jiao's attitude towards things was different from her peers. She had always been very satisfied with Master Kuan's arrangements. Back then, the blind old man, Master Kuan, might have taken a fancy to little Jiao's fierceness, which was why he agreed to let little Jiao go. As expected, many blind people were blind in the eyes but not in the heart. After little Jiao saw Jingtan, she became very talkative. She was often the one who kept talking while Jingtan listened by the side. From little Jiao's words, Jingtan knew that little Jiao was indeed reading primary school books last month. However, now that she had passed the primary school advancement test, there was no need to wait for another half a year. Thus, the other side arranged for her to go to a middle school here. Other than little Jiao, there were 2 other people who were tutored together in this school. They were in the 2nd and 3rd grades respectively. However, they did not usually go to school together, so no one knew that they knew each other. With Master Kuan's ability, it was not difficult for him to send little Jiao in at this time. As for little Jiao, as a transfer student, she entered this school not long after Jingtan left Chuhua City. It was no wonder that he did not know. Little Gio also talked about little Pomelo. Because they were in different classes, one on the first floor and the other on the second floor, little Gio did not take the initiative to look for little Pomelo. This was because she did not know which class little Pomelo was in at the beginning. After finding out, she beat up a few girls who spread the rumors the next day. It was not good for her to immediately look for little Pomelo. She had to observe those people for a period of time. Otherwise, she was afraid that it would bring trouble to little Pomelo. Little Gio was very fierce when she fought. Zheng Tan could imagine how little Gio looked when she beat up those girls. When little Gio beat them up, she did not say that it was because of little Pomelo. Those people probably did not think that little Gio and little Pomelo knew each other. The rumors they spread were just made up. However, in reality, they were half right. She did not have a boyfriend, but she did have a problem girl. Little Gio decided to wait until the final exam was over before looking for little Pomelo and telling her about it. Now, she would not let little Pomelo worry. Tomorrow, I'll talk to the other guys who spread the rumors. Little Gio rubbed her fists and said. During middle school, there were many people who fought behind their backs, regardless of whether they were boys or girls. Boys fighting would be a little bloody, but girls fighting would mostly be slaps and hair pulling, Jing Tan thought. However, if little Gio made a move, it would be hard to say. Little Gio was not the kind of person who liked to bully others. If she really made a move, those people would definitely be very hateful. Moreover, Jing Tan believed that little Gio knew her limits. This girl followed Elder Kuan and would not act rashly like those hooligans. On the contrary, most of the time, they were more low-key. Otherwise, little Pomelo would not have not known that little Gio was in the same school. During the period of young and dangerous, for middle school students, the gangsters of the underworld were much more influential than Mr. Perfect. This was especially true for middle school students. When a gangster was mentioned, they would directly imagine him as a powerful figure in the underworld. It was all kinds of awesome. Although it had already faded, and it had been a few years since that era, the potential influence was still there. When it was mentioned, people would have a feeling of disdain and reverence. If it was related to the top students, there would be more gossip. It was no wonder that those students would choose to spread the rumors about the underworld. Zheng Tan originally wanted to personally teach those who spread the rumors a lesson, regardless of whether they were male or female. However, now that little Gio was there, Zheng Tan did not have to waste time looking for them. Aya, it's almost time. Class will end in 5 minutes. I have to go to the classroom during the break. Little Gio carried her bag and threw it towards the wall. Then, she took a few steps back and increased her speed. Using a tree that was closer to the wall, she jumped over. Zheng Tan's eyes twitched. One look and he knew that she was a repeat offender. When Zheng Tan jumped over the wall, he found that on the other side of the school wall, there was a person standing not far from where little Gio landed. He had a cold face and an armband. It was obvious that he was the teacher on duty. He was there to prevent those disobedient students from jumping over the wall or doing bad things in the school. Cough, good morning, Teacher Wang. Little Gio lifted her bag and patted the dust off it. She obediently bowed to Teacher Wang, who was standing not far away. Teacher Wang's face twitched. There were 5 days of school every week. On 4 days, this girl would enter the school on time. On the remaining day, she might be late or early. Why did he say, might? Because there were a few times when the teacher was late. The person on duty at the school gate did not record it. If it was a boy, then it would be easy to handle. There were many problematic boys in high school and there would be ways to deal with them. However, this was a girl. During class, other than being late, she was still well behaved. She was a transfer student. He heard that her grades were not good, but she was not at the bottom of the class either. She was just below average. She was not the main target of the teachers. However, it was this girl that made the people on duty feel helpless. Teacher Wang considered his words and thought about how to teach her. This morning, he was on duty. He did not expect to see a bag being thrown in from the other side of the wall. The next moment, a small figure nimbly jumped over the wall and steadily landed on the ground. After seeing who it was, Teacher Wang's eyelids twitched. Before Teacher Wang could speak, little Jiao lowered her head and said, "I was wrong." She admitted her mistake so straightforwardly that Teacher Wang had to swallow back his words. "What was wrong?" Teacher Wang asked seriously. "I shouldn't have jumped over the wall," little Jiao said. "And?" Teacher Wang stared at little Jiao. "Why are you late again?" The word "again" made Jing Tan's beard tremble. Little Jiao tilted her head as if she was thinking. Then she said, "Oh, I saw an old granny get hit by a car this morning. I sent her to the hospital. That's why I was late." Teacher Wang and Jing Tan. Could she be any more fake? But in the next moment, little Jiao took out several certificates from her bag. There were certificates from the hospital, the police, and the patient's family. The stamps and hospital certificates proved that little Jiao was telling the truth. Jing Tan thought about it carefully. Little Jiao did have the smell of the hospital. Chapter 322. With little Pomelo around, Jing Tan wasn't afraid of those ignorant people bothering little Pomelo. He also felt more assured about the school. As for little Pomelo, although she didn't plan to immediately fight back against those rumors and taunts, she was holding back her energy and waiting for the final exam to get a good result to slap those people in the face. This was the best way to fight back. After New Year's Day, the atmosphere in primary and secondary schools was more tense. They were preparing for this semester's final exam. If they didn't do well, they might not be able to have a happy new year. Jing Tan looked at the calendar in the living room. The old one had been replaced by the new one. This was the 5th year since Jing Tan came here. According to the conversion of the age of a cat and a human, Jing Tan was a middle-aged uncle. The good thing was that Jing Tan felt that his body parts were quite resilient. There wasn't much difference from the past few years. In Jing Tan's heart, he always felt that he was a handsome young man in his 20s. At noon, they ate at Jiao Wei's small restaurant. Jiao Wei's parents had already discussed when to buy a ticket back to their hometown. Of course, Jiao Wei's time was the norm. They had to let Jiao Wei finish the exam before buying a ticket. They were all in the province and there weren't many trains there. If they went to the bus station to buy a ticket, they could go there with their luggage whenever they wanted to go back. They didn't need to book a ticket in advance like other people. Walking on the street in front of the school gate, Jing Tan found that a new store had opened. The previous store that sold clothes was gone and replaced by a big, Wutaro sesame cake sign. The store wasn't big, but there were many people buying the cake. The line of people formed a Z shape. The smell of the sesame cake made passers-by look over. Those who were impatient waiting in line wanted to come back when there were fewer people, but foodies were always very patient in this regard. Jing Tan went closer to take a look. The busy boss was the one who had pushed the stall earlier. He was the one who had trouble walking. No wonder this person was so happy when he reappeared a few days ago. It seemed that he had rented a shop. The place where the sesame seed cakes were made took up half of the entire shop. The other half should be a rest area. Jing Tan saw 2 small children walking to the front of the shop from a small door inside. They hugged the boss's leg and said something with a coquettish smile. After that, they went back inside. They should be the 2 children of the sesame seed cake shop owner. After looking around, Jing Tan walked towards the school gate, intending to go home. It was a little cold outside, and Jing Tan was not in the mood to stroll around. After a few steps, Jing Tan spotted a man. He had seen him before when Jing Tan was still a diamond. He was one of Tom Mo's bodyguards. Now, he was standing beside a delicatessen not far from the bakery, watching the crowd. What was this person doing here? When Jing Tan looked at the bakery, another person walked into the shop. After a short while, he came out with 3 sets of sesame seed cakes. There was no queue, and the bakery owner was very polite to him. Jing Tan followed that person and walked a little further. There was a black car parked near the road. It was Tom Mo's car. After that person got into the car drove away. Zheng Tan looked at the car driving away, shook his head, and jogged back home. On the other side of the car, Tom Mo took the sesame seed cake from his subordinate and sniffed it. It was quite fragrant. He took a bite. It tasted not bad. There is still nothing unusual over there. The people who went to buy the sesame seed cakes are the nearby vendors and some teachers. Most of them are still students, that person reported to Tom Mo. Tom Mo grunted and did not say anything else. After the diamond was returned by the unknown person, he sent someone to investigate the sesame seed cake seller. After all, there were many people selling Wuturong sesame seed cakes, but there was only one Wuturong sesame seed cake shop. The investigation did not find anything useful. Thinking of the pencil words on the paper bag, Tom Mo was more inclined to believe that the person who returned the diamond was a young student. Tom Mo even asked Xiao Gua if anyone else had heard him on the phone. The answer he got was no. When Xiao Gua made the call, he was alone in his room. Of course, there were two cats, Li Yuanba and Jing Tan. Normal people would not think too much about the cats. Tom Mo and the others promised a sum of money when they asked the bakery owner and got enough information. Most of the information was about the person who went to buy the sesame seed cakes, but until now, they had not found the person they were looking for. The person who sold the sesame seed cakes used his savings and the money Tom Mo gave him to rent a shop. He had made quite a lot of money in the past few days. Don't underestimate this kind of small snack. Judging by the way the bakery owner could not stop laughing, it was obvious that he had made a lot of money. Zheng Tan would never have thought that a paper bag he picked up would lead to such a result. The person we are looking for is not him, the woman beside Tom Mo said. Tom Mo nodded. I know, but let them continue to observe. Ask Wuturong to cooperate. He will not be short of money. Yes, boss. After Zheng Tan returned home, he had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he turned on his computer and browsed some forums. There were many people talking about Gong Zongxiao in the entertainment section. It started when an official channel reported that a famous movie star Gong Zongxiao had been detained. When the official channel officially announced that he was detained and under investigation, it meant that he had been convicted. Just like Fang Xiaokang said, there was no way he could get away with it. Gong Zongxiao's original surname was Zhao. After the news was broadcasted, it caused a lot of discussion. All kinds of conspiracy theories were flying around, and the fans were spitting on each other. The topic of Gong Zongxiao only stopped when the weather was getting worse. In the middle of January, it snowed heavily in Chuhua City. In the beginning, there were people who said that a good snowfall meant a good harvest. Many people played in the snow outside to relax from the tension and fatigue brought about by the final exams. It was not until the exams were over and everyone was about to go home that they started to worry, especially those who lived far away from home in the south. Some people were lucky and bought tickets on the 2 days when the weather was better, so the journey home was relatively smooth. However, some people bought tickets on the day when the weather was bad. It was windy and snowy, and many places were frozen. The highways were closed, trains were delayed, and flights were delayed. Many people who bought tickets on the day before could only get on the train the next day. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo stayed at home. They were not in the mood to play in the snow. They were obediently doing the homework assigned by their teachers during the winter break. Grandpa Jiao had also called a few times to ask about the time they were going to go back to their hometown. He repeatedly reminded them to be careful when they were driving. He would rather drive slowly than to play in the snow. The television said that this was a once-in-50-year snowstorm. Many drivers in the south were not used to driving in the snow and ice. They did not take proper precautions, and many accidents happened. It was said that some drivers from the north were transferred over. Jiao Pa had to stay at the university for a while. This morning, he heard that a student who was on his way home had an accident before he could leave the city. He was now in the hospital. The Faculty of Genomics called for an emergency meeting. All the head teachers, graduate students, and doctoral supervisors were in charge. Jiao Pa had a lot of graduate students under him. He had to wait for all his students to leave the university before he could go back to his hometown. According to the meteorologists, this snowstorm would not end for the time being. At the end of January, the students left the university one by one. It did not matter if the process was difficult or not. That night, Jiao Wei's father came to visit and told him about their plans. Jiao Wei's father knew someone who was now a driver at a bus station. He used to do business in the north and drove in the north. He could handle this kind of snow and ice. Many drivers in the north would not be able to handle the icy roads even if it was sunny and not snowing. But that person was able to handle it. He had chatted with Jiao Wei's father yesterday. It was rare that the weather would calm down in the next 2 days. A few highways would be temporarily unblocked. So, he called Jiao Wei's father and asked him to get a few tickets for them. The tickets could not be direct. They could only go to the county. As for the journey from the county to their hometown, they would have to transfer buses. Jiao Pa decided to let Jiao Ma bring Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo back with Jiao Wei and the rest. He had to stay at the university for a few more days. When the time came, he would drive back with Zheng Tan. After all, it was not convenient for Zheng Tan to follow them in the bus. In the past, Zheng Tan did not pay much attention to this disaster. At that time, he was probably busy looking for fun. News? What was that? He never had the patience to read it. But now that he was in the middle of it, Zheng Tan had a different feeling. Especially on the day when Jiao Ma and the rest took the bus back to their hometown, Zheng Tan watched some of the current affairs news on the provincial TV station. He also watched the rolling real-time news below the TV. He also turned on the computer to look at the news on the internet. For example, a highway was temporarily closed, an accident happened on a road, a riot happened somewhere, etc. When he received news that Jiao Ma and the rest had arrived safely, Zheng Tan finally felt relieved. Black charcoal, it's just the two of us left. Jiao Pa looked out the window and said. Now, only the Jiao Pa and Zheng Tan were left at home. It was cold and quiet. Jiao Pa was basically not at home during the day. Zheng Tan followed the Jiao Pa to the staff canteen for 3 meals. At other times, Zheng Tan stayed at home alone and watched the news on the TV. On the TV, the experts used their profound academic language to analyze the cause of the snow disaster. They also used some meteorological terms that Zheng Tan did not understand at all. Many people were going crazy. This was not what they wanted to hear. They wanted to know how long the weather would last, when the traffic would be restored, and when they could get on the bus after buying a ticket. Every day, when Zheng Tan turned on the TV, regardless of whether it was the city's TV station, provincial TV station, or CCTV station, most of them were talking about the snow disaster in the south. There were many migrant workers and students stranded in other places during the Spring Festival. From the images on the TV, the bus stations of some provinces and cities were densely packed with stranded people. Counting the days, many people became more and more irritable. The price of some unlicensed buses doubled again and again. The price of food also skyrocketed. As for the superstar child Xiao, other than a few people, no one paid any attention to him. In this area, the traditional Lunar New Year was on the 24th of December. Although the Lunar New Year had passed, the bus stations of some provinces and cities were still the same. Every day, they would hear about the places that were seriously affected by the disaster, the economic losses, and the number of casualties. At night, some people who were stranded in other places would go online and complain about not going home for the Lunar New Year. But some people did not. I worked so hard outside to save so much money to go home for the Lunar New Year to reunite with my family and improve the lives of my wife and children. How can a mere snow stop me? Dream on. Even if they could not get a ticket or a bus, they could think of other ways. Therefore, Zheng Tan could always see all kinds of opinions and suggestions on the internet. There were also people who walked across provinces to go home. 2 days before the Lunar New Year's Eve, the Jiao Pa had finished his work. The weather had also temporarily eased. Looking at the scenery of the campus from the top, there were still many places that were white. The temperature was not high, and driving was still not easy. Chapter 323. Zheng Tan sat in the back seat and looked at the scenery outside the window. Unlike the usual bustle before the new year, this year seemed to be quieter. Perhaps it was because the temperature was lower than usual, coupled with the impact of the snow disaster, such a change occurred. However, compared to many places and some villages and mountain areas that were more seriously affected by the disaster, the situation in the city was much better. The most common complaint of the citizens was probably the water pipes that froze and cracked a few days ago. As for the rest of the people who did not have to worry about traveling and did not have any direct financial conflicts, they were just spectators. It did not affect their normal lives. They only discussed it with others when they watched the news every day. The Jiao Pa kept the traffic radio on. The weather had eased a lot in the past 2 days, and many people who stayed in the city were rushing to leave. There were quite a lot of illegal cars and so on. They probably wanted to take advantage of this period to make more money. In order to avoid a traffic jam, the Jiao Pa deliberately got up early and set off. Unexpectedly, there were many people who had the same idea as the Jiao Pa. There were many cars on the road early in the morning, and there were several small-scale traffic jams on the road, especially at the crossroads. Looking at the long line of cars in front of them, they felt particularly annoyed. When they finally got out of the city, it had been an hour and a half. This was the first time Zheng Tan had encountered such a situation. He was dizzy from the constant stopping. According to the usual driving route, after leaving the city, they would go directly to the highway. The highway was closed a few days ago, but it was lifted in the past 2 days. However, when they were about to reach the highway, the traffic radio reported that there was an accident on the highway. They hoped that the cars driving there would change their route. No one knew how long the traffic jam would last because of the accident. The Jiao Pa had no choice but to change their route. They did not take the highway and change to another route. When they passed by a few bus stations, Zheng Tan glanced over there. There were still a lot of people around. The waiting hall was full, and there were also some people waiting outside the door. There were also armed police there to maintain order. Zheng Tan also saw taxis, buses, and private buses outside the bus station. Some people were holding signs with the names of various counties and cities, shouting as they walked, pulling passengers. This was probably what some people called a black car, but at this time, people no longer cared about whether it was a black car or not. It was fine as long as they could sit in the car. When it came to crowded cars, there weren't many people who would give way to vulnerable people such as the old, the weak, the sick, the disabled, and the pregnant. When it was time to squeeze, they still squeezed. After leaving the city, Zheng Tan was unfamiliar with the route. He looked at the buildings on both sides and recorded the new route information. The road was still a little frozen, but it was much better than before. The Jiao Pa could still control it if he drove slowly. However, some cars were speeding as if they were in a hurry. They kept squeezing forward as if they were afraid of falling behind. Twice, they almost collided with Jiao Pa's car. Just as Zheng Tan was cursing the 2 guys who overtook him, a motorcyclist suddenly cut in between Zheng Tan's car and the one in front. Then, he quickly passed through the gap between the car in front and the other car. Zheng Tan was shocked. Was this person too confident in his driving skills, or was he in an emergency? About 10 minutes later, the car stopped again. Zheng Tan stood up and looked forward. The line of cars had formed again. There was a traffic jam again. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement. The Jiao Pa opened the window for some air. It was very warm in the car. His nerves were tense when he was driving, and now, the cold wind cleared his mind. Black charcoal, are you cold? The Jiao Pa looked at Zheng Tan in the back seat. After the window was opened, the cold wind poured in, dispersing the warmth in the car. Many northerners were not used to the humid and cold weather in the south. Zheng Tan, who used to live in the south, had gotten used to it after a few years. Even if it was exceptionally cold this year, Zheng Tan felt fine. The vest he was wearing today was a winter model given by Xiaogua. Xiaogua gave him 2, one black and one army green. Not only could the vest be used to store things, but it also had to be thicker to keep him warm. It was also said that it was waterproof. Seeing that Zheng Tan did not seem to feel cold, the Jiao Pa did not ask any more questions. The driver of the car on the left was smoking outside the car. There were children in the car, and it was not good to smoke in the car, so he came out. When he saw the Jiao Pa open the window, he started chatting. He had been driving for nearly 20 hours. Although there was a 5-hour break in the middle, the driver's driving skills were not good. He almost had an accident, so he was driving most of the time. Now that there was a traffic jam, he came out to smoke to refresh himself. The driver of the car in front also joined the conversation. He was privately soliciting customers. Yesterday was quite smooth. The traffic jam didn't last long. Today's bad luck. We were stuck for half an hour in the morning, and now it's starting again. Can we leave in 10 minutes? The driver of the car on the left asked. It's difficult. There was a car accident in front. A motorcycle, 2 private cars, and a truck all crashed into each other. Fortunately, no one died. 3 people were seriously injured and have just been sent to the hospital. The remaining people in the 2 private cars are quarreling. No one moved. I heard that the car was quite expensive. It also broke a telephone pole. In addition to the overturned cars and the truck's belongings on the ground. I think it will take at least 20 minutes for the traffic to open. According to the privately soliciting driver, it was even more difficult to drive a few days ago. Usually, it would only take a little more than 2 hours. Previously, it took more than 10 hours to drive through the snow. Moreover, the car could break down at any time. Only those who had driven it would know how difficult it was to drive. It was no wonder that the fare had doubled. Usually, the fare was 50 renminbi. Now, it was 100 to 150 renminbi per person. A few days ago, the fare had skyrocketed to 200 renminbi. As they were chatting, another person came to the front of the convoy. He asked the 2 drivers and the Jiao Pa to go to the front to help. There were not enough people, and there were many obstacles. If they wanted the traffic to open quickly, it would be faster if there were more people. Otherwise, they would have to wait for a while. The driver of the car in front shook his head. He was not going. He had to look after the car. He did not know the passengers in his car. What if someone took the chance to drive away when he went to help? What if they took something valuable? What if the people in the car made a scene? The driver of the car next to him did not think much of it. He smoked and walked to the front with the Jiao Pa. The car door was not locked, and the windows were closed. Soon, the temperature in the car rose. Before the Jiao Pa left, he asked Zheng Tan to look after the car. Therefore, Zheng Tan was not napping. He was paying attention to the people around the car. Soon, Zheng Tan noticed that someone was walking over from the front and looking into the car. With one glance, Zheng Tan could tell that it was one of the guys who had evil intentions. When the guy saw the laptop bag on the passenger seat, his gaze paused for a little longer. There was a flash of joy in the man's eyes. Then, he walked to the car door and opened the door of the passenger seat. Then, just as he was about to reach for the computer bag on the seat, a black shadow flashed by. He felt a sudden pain on his face and was kicked out. He lost his balance and sat on the ground. That person's eyes were filled with disbelief. He saw that there was no one in the car and the door was not locked. He ignored the cat in the vest. He had done this many times and the whole operation did not take long. He just needed to open the car door and open the laptop. Even if the car door was locked, he could do it. However, he did not expect that what he thought was a simple task would be so different from what he expected. The person touched his nose and looked at the blood on his hand. Then, he looked at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan narrowed his eyes. This person was still not giving up. Was he looking for a kick? He jumped up and kicked him again. That person raised his hand to block, but he underestimated Zheng Tan's strength. Although he reacted quickly and raised his forearm to block Zheng Tan's kick, the force of the kick made him fall back. His head hit a private car next to him and made a thud. At the same time, Jingtan also grabbed the person's down jacket. The wind blew, and the duck feathers flew everywhere. Jingtan found it hard to understand why that person was stealing when he was wearing a branded down jacket. However, there were many people like that. A few days ago, he saw someone complaining on the internet. He did not expect to meet someone like that today. The driver of the private car on the right heard the noise and rolled down the window. He looked at the person on the ground and then looked at Jingtan. "Hey, what are you doing?" Before he could finish, the rear window was rolled down. Two children in their teens looked out the window. The little girl said, "Uncle, this person must be a thief. He must be a thief." The little boy added, "The cat in the vest is teaching the thief a lesson." The person on the ground looked a little embarrassed. There was blood on his face, from his nose to his mouth. Because he touched his face with his hand, there was some blood on his face. There was a long tear in his jacket, and some of the duck feathers inside was blown out by the wind. Seeing that the situation was not good, the person did not care about the nosebleed and the torn down jacket. He immediately got up and ran away before the people around him looked over. He ran too fast and stepped on something. He slipped and fell, but he did not care about the pain. He got up and continued running. When the Jiao came back, the person had already run away. The driver of the car on the right told him what had happened. The Jiao smiled at the driver's questions and did not say much. "I think your cat is not bad. Is it a male or female?" the driver asked. "Male." "Oh, that's good. I also have a female cat with folded ears. Do you want to skewer her?" Zheng Tan's face twitched. "Screw you." Seeing Zheng Tan turn around and get into the car, the Jiao smiled at the driver. "My cat is just a stray cat. It's okay. I don't mind." The man waved his hand and said casually. The Jiao was speechless. Fortunately, the traffic was cleared up quickly, and the cars began to move slowly. The Jiao said a few perfunctory words and got into the car. The Jiao did not say much about what had happened to Zheng Tan. He just smiled at Zheng Tan and gave him a thumbs up. Although the first half of the journey was bumpy, and there were several traffic jams, it was much smoother after that. Because there were many cars coming and going, there was no snow. The temperature was slightly higher during the day, and there was no ice on the ground. Therefore, the second half of the journey was quite smooth. As usual, the Jiao arrived at the county first. He had a meal, rested for a while, and then made a phone call to let his family know that he was safe. Then, he continued to drive to his hometown. There were a few sections of road in the Jiao's hometown that were not easy to walk on, but after a slow drive, it was much better. Grandpa Jiao was already waiting at the entrance of the village. He knew that the Jiao was driving alone, so he did not dare to call to ask about it. He was afraid that the Jiao would be distracted. When he saw the Jiao's car, he immediately smiled.